the Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
Shalom, shalom, shalom. Come on in. Blessings, blessings.
The east is where we're from.
Shalom, shalom. Come on in.
12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates.
Blessings, blessings.
The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went.
12 tribes.
12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be, we be. Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, the highest gathering Israel.
That's right, brothers and sisters. The Most High is gathered in Israel. I'm Elder Rawchaa of the Gathered of Christ Church here with our weekly broadcast, podcast, whatever you would like to call it. All praises be to the Most High. Ahaya, in the name of Yeshua. Blessings to my brothers and sisters throughout the four corners of the earth. What's going on? We're on a little early. We will be coming on early next week, so tell a friend, tell everyone that we'll be on around 5:30 each week starting today. Shalom, shalom. Every Wednesday around 5:30. We got Dawn, we got Princess Judah, Danita, Daphne, Kim, Chris 144, all the usual suspects and more live with the Gathered of Christ Church. And yes, we have a great broadcast for you all today. Special guests from over the pond, Elder Rawchaa, Elder Lawya. We are going to come on and of course, say a blessed thank you to all those who finished the 3-month course in the Hebrew and Bible Academy. We'd like to thank you all. Okay. And I have a few announcements concerning the future academy in one moment. And y'all know how Shabbat does it. So I'm going to come on in. I'm going to bring Shabbat in, Elder Lawya, in a couple of minutes so that we can look into what you brothers and sisters can look forward to in the next academy. All right. But of course, there's some real-time things going on prophetically that they're going to be here on the broadcast with me. Well, Shabbat, as long as he can be here. I mean, I guess he's about 5 or 6 hours ahead of us. As long as he can be with us, he's going to share in our topics tonight And we'll be discussing the prophetic policies against Judah. Okay? I need to ask a question here. What would the news be without us? It seems like the only thing that's going on right now is P. Diddy, right? Out of nowhere. We didn't ask for it. Looks like this coolie, this East Indian man of color, that's who he probably is. I was speaking to Shapat about this, from over England. Out of nowhere, they pop up a big statue of a black woman at Times Square. A statue that none of our sisters asked for. Okay? What does that symbolize? Doesn't it seem like we are constantly living rent-free in these people's brains, where they're focusing on us? We're not bothering anybody, but they would like to make us the all to end all to keep their media cycles going. Okay? And I'm going to talk about that tonight when I'm talking about the destructive policies they make against us. Okay? Here it is. P. Diddy being plastered all over the news. A black bust of a woman with an attitude, right, that sisters didn't ask for, propped up in the middle of Times Square. At the same time, policies that are getting drafted right now, that's right, with Donald Trump in the Middle East, which is totally ignored in the midst of all that. Well, that and more we'll be discussing tonight on this particular channel. Share, let everyone know that the Gathering of Christ Church is live. Hit the like button, subscribe. Make sure when you hit subscribe, you hit the bell, and tell YouTube that you would like to receive all notifications going forward, because if you subscribe and don't hit the bell and let them know, that's right, they will not let you know when we're live. So you have to do more than subscribe. It used to be you subscribe, automatically you were in with everything the channel had to offer. But of course, they've switched that up. Now you got to subscribe, go to the page, hit the bell, hit the drop down, and say, I would like to receive all notifications. And then check in again from week to week. Why? Because under the cover of night, they unsubscribe people for no reason. Okay? So make sure you check each week to make sure YouTube didn't unsubscribe you. All right? Now, before I jump in with our guests from over the pond, we're going to talk about this today. I need to let you know that we are in another enrollment period for the next academy. All new lessons. Okay? All new lessons. Okay? Right out. Now, of course, what we'll do is we'll amend certain things, and what we'll do is we'll tweak some things so you'll get some of what you come to the academy for, but we need to bring the academy to the next level. Okay? We're cycling out for this academy, the creation of the universe, and bringing in more high level lessons. Okay? And today what I would like to do is to make sure that when I speak to you all, if you have been in the academy, let brothers and sisters out there know who haven't been there exactly what you've learned. Give us some feedback so that we can make the academy experience everything all of you come into this academy for. Now, before I go into that, Shalom, how you doing? We got Bishop Amath in the house, right? Shalom. Shawanda, how are you? Let me go into this real quick. Unfortunate, this number I had for almost 2 decades, that was a Skype number that I've also used for the church number for a long time. So many contacts that I had with this particular number where people could call me directly, right? The 215-253-4448. As you all know, Skype went out of commission. And this is so if you've been trying to contact me on that number, understand it's out of commission for now. I got with another company to see if we can transfer that number, right? And it's going to take about 2 weeks for that number, if it works, to be utilized again, okay? Now, if you have Teams, you can still contact me that way through what used to be Skype. Now it's Teams, all right? But if you've been calling on the 215-253-4448 number and been receiving a busy signal, it's not because I'm ignoring you all. That number has been out of commission for some time due to Skype going down, okay? But do me a favor, stay patient with us. You can go to gatheringofchrist.org. There's a contact number for the headquarters of the church there. And if there's something important that you need to reach the elders, you can still use that phone number to reach us. In the meantime, we're working on getting that 215-253-4448 number back to be utilized under a different platform, under a different system, but it should take about a couple of weeks. So I'll keep you updated there. Okay? I apologize for any inconveniences. It was beyond our control. It seems like they're doing everything to disrupt the communication, the communications in the earth, right? So we have to pivot. One thing about this church, we've always been resourceful. And if one door closed, another door opens, okay? Now, jumping right in, let me first go into the Hebrew and Bible Academy. That's right. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, folks. You don't want to miss this academy. Okay? And of course, I want a lot of our academites out there to come in a little later and let me know, right, some of what you've learned in the academy. What have the academy done for you in your family? Most don't understand what this is. I'm going to tell you, this is the most fun you will have going into the Word of the Almighty. Okay? Let me also tell you this, all right, before I go there. As you can see on the banner here, see that banner? Do not call this number while I'm broadcasting. What you can do is you can text the number with your name. You'll be put in queue. And at that time, when I open up the calls, we'll call you according to the number, the chronology of you coming in to the text. So according to the number of texts, or whatever the case is, if you come in first come, first serve, you'll be at the top when we open the queue. All right? So do not call. When it's time, you can text. We'll call you and bring you into the broadcast so that everyone can hear the interaction. Okay? Someone says the Cash App is not working either. Well, I need to check on that too. What's going on there? I'm going to check on and find out what's going on with that. Okay? After the broadcast. All right? Jumping right in. Jumping right in here. All praises be to the Most High. Jumping right in. The new theme for the next Hebrew and Bible Academy starting June 1st. From Babylon, Rome to America. From Babylon, Rome to America, you all remember one of the lessons that spearheaded this ministry I think that lesson was done in 2008, 2009. And yes, we're going to theme the whole academy after that particular lesson. From the beginning, after the flood, the Sumerian text that goes into the ziggurat and all that leads to the beginning of Babylon, the satanic civilization that began all religions of the earth on this side of the flood. We're going to show you how that passed from ancient times to our present time. From Babylon, Rome, to America is the theme. The enrollment begins now. We will start June 1st on a Sunday, 2025. Our sessions include, listen to this, all new lessons. Let's build, stand, and learn together. The history of the Tower of Babel. We're going to begin the next academy with this. The history of the Tower of Babel when the gods came down. Okay? The secret wars of Edom. Let me blow this up for you. Let me blow it up so you can see it. The secret wars of Edom against the Israelites. We're going to show you how the Edomites were warring in the womb against Jacob. And folks, that war never ended. We're going to go into the history of all the wars in the Bible, the book of Jasher, and all of that to show you the continued conflict that began in ancient times that continue even up until now. Hence the reason we're always demonized by the Edomites media. Okay? And yes, the European Romans are the Edomites. We can prove it. They are not Japheth. They are the Edomites. You can find them in modern day Jewry as far as that religion of Judaism goes. Predominantly, you could find them there. Okay? The secret wars of Edom against the Israelites from the ancient times till the present time. Right? Hold on. Let me get it here. From the ancient times to the present time. A new lesson. The desolation of abomination. How to count. That's right, folks. The desolation written of in Daniel is what we're going through right now. And I'm going to tell you the policies that are being shaped right now and over in the Middle East. We should all be paying attention to that. And I'm going to be talking about that in this particular broadcast tonight. The desolation of abomination. How to calculate time according to the Bible. New insightful information. We're going to go into the time, and the dividing of times. How to calculate a Jubilees according to a Sabbath. How to calculate time. Why? Because the fourth beast, Esau, Rome, it tells us in Daniel 7 and 25 that they would think to change times and laws. So how do you go into the Bible and calculate time and know what time it is according to the biblical calendar and not the Gregorian calendar or the Julian calendar or any other Gentile calendar out there? Okay? Well, you'll learn that in our academy. This is going to be good, especially speaking of the Tower of Babel in our current time. A nest above the stars, Satan's space program. From Nimrod to Elon Musk. There's a reason why Elon Musk out of nowhere popped up and had become so prominent in these end times. Well, he will be key with the technology for the space program and the mark of the beast. He is not the Antichrist, okay? There's many Antichrists, okay? So Christians don't think he's just the Antichrist. He's one of many of them, okay? A Nest Above the Stars, Satan's space program. We're going to go into that. The final battle of Armageddon. Right? The final battle of Armageddon. And this is going to be a very good detailed roundtable discussion. We're going to have the first 30 minutes roundtable of chess men. And the second part of the roundtable will be just women, and we'll add people in through Zoom for this particular roundtable that's in the academy. What? Covenant under fire. Will your marriage stand? Okay? Will your marriage stand? Covenant under fire. And we need to discuss why in this present time it's so easy to give up on covenant. Right? So what can we look forward to in the next academy? New prophetic teachings, Hebrew language skills and tools with Elder Lawya. You get a certificate of completion upon finishing the full 3 months. Live interaction with Q&As, kingdom-focused curriculum, and so much more. Are you spiritually ready for what's coming? Well, at least you'll be in the know with the church during the Hebrew and Bible Academy. Okay? Not only will you be in the spirit with us on Sabbaths, on Wednesdays like tonight, and other pop-up broadcasts, which I'll be having from time to time. Well, guess what? In the academy, it keeps you in the know because we're uncensored. We can begin to talk about the things that's not allowed on these particular platforms like YouTube. There is an early enrollment bonus, okay? Enroll by May 30th, and you'll receive access to the last Academy's class. Brand new lesson we did focusing on the men. The fall of Adam. So if you enroll by the 30th, you'll get this lesson. We'll send you. And guess what? Men and women, but especially young men, need this particular lesson. Not focusing on what the woman does. Okay? If the man stand up and be who he needs to be, right? Then if women doesn't fit the bill, you know what? You leave them there and it's okay because they'll change. Why? Because they'll have to. But don't ask for a change when you're not willing to change. The woman follows the man. Health and fitness. We have health and fitness guests who will come in again. Tune in to live interviews with special guests. We did that all through the academy. A new caveat that a lot of you who've been in past academies don't know exists now. This thing is bumping up, and we need your continual support. We are accepting enrollments until Friday, May 30th. And again, it's a small fee, but a lot goes into the resources to actually do this academy, okay? The platforms are very expensive we use, and the encryption and everything, because this is a class, all right? And there's a lot of people involved behind the scenes. One thing I like about this academy, brothers and sisters, we never went up on price from the first time we did the academy. We're keeping the price the same because we understand a lot of our people are hurting and we cannot go up with the cost of living. So again, this thing been over 10, 15 years almost. and we have never went up on price. You're talking about what, 12, 13 years almost. Okay, it's $75 for the first month, another $75 for the second, and that will cover the full 3 months. Okay, crystal clear. The only thing you have to do, right, is to go to historytimes.org to enroll. historytimes.org. You'll go here, click the enrollment, and that takes you directly to everything you would need to know. You don't have to worry about an email or anything. Once you enroll, it's processed. Get in early while there's still time. historytimes.org. We need your support. Hebrew, news like none other on the earth, as well as what? Lessons. Lessons that you can't find out here, okay? Now, of course, it doesn't take away from the labor of love we do for absolutely nothing while teaching, like tonight and on the Sabbath. But the academy is a closed, controlled environment. This way, trolls and all that can't get in and all that. People are coming in to be a part of what? The work. To be attentive with the resources to build their homes and to prepare through Jacob's trouble. And the academy is a perfect place to be every Sunday. historytimes.org. Right? Now again, please make sure, hold on. Make sure, folks, that if you're going to come in a little later, you would text. The only thing you have to do is text, right? And we'll bring you in. 1 second. You text. Oh, that's what it is. 1 second. 1 second. I have it right here. Once you text, I'll be able to see you on my screen. And when it's time, we'll call you according to when you came into queue. So if you like to say anything or text or whatever the case is, that's how we build our queue. You text, let us know your name and phone number, and we'll bring you in later after the class, okay? I don't want to interrupt the class. And speaking of the class, let's bring in Elder Rawchaa. Rawchaa, where you at?
Shalom, Elder. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. You doing well?
Doing pretty well, yes. Thankfully, the sun has broke. Very British of me to first speak about the weather, but it's quite nice. So I have to speak about it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I think they gave you our weather, my brother.
Probably. It was like, I think in Babylonian language, I think it was 70 today. Let me do a quick check. Let me see, 22. Yeah, 71 degrees today, Fahrenheit.
Man, listen, every time the weather gets nice here, on the East Coast especially,
yeah,
you can see them scrape the sky from the morning to night, and
wow.
then a few days after that, it rains. I mean,
yeah.
we're almost in a half a year, and the season hasn't settled yet. And you know why? Because every time we get the regular weather, they come through, right? It was hot the other day, and then it's pouring rain. But you know
wow.
what? Let it be what it is. How you doing today?
I'm doing very, very well. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. Well, again, Rawchaa, I would like to thank you, Elder Rawchaa, for your participation and all you do from the beginning with the academy. I mean, a lot of people are excited about the news you go into. Before I go into what we're going to be talking about today, and I'm going to bring in Elder Lawya in a moment. Before I do that, is there anything the people, the brothers and sisters, can be looking forward to starting June 1st for the next 3 months in the academy?
Wow, that's that's a great question. Kind of tough, not knowing what's going to happen these next, 2 weeks and some change till when we start the new academy. I'm excited myself, but I am trying. I try not to do this, but put it this way, brothers and sisters. The question Elder just asked, what to look forward going, leading into the next academy, at least from the news side.
Yeah.
This past academy has seen some developments with, the various societal changes and technology and apps and software and requirements to enter countries. All these things, I'm speaking in code, dealing with essentially leading up to the mark of the beast. And Elder did a lesson called many, many years ago called Path to the Mark. So I believe, based on this past academy, I believe more news is going to come out dealing with that.
Well, I'm going to tell you, it seems like as we close to the end, more information unfolds. And it's deep what's deep about this is, that's why I like the news segment. A lot of what we were teaching on the streets, even before I met you, Shapat.
Yeah.
It's almost surreal, the things the Most High showed us in 2009, before all of this came together. Living what the Most High showed us before the technology was even in place, right?
Right.
Before
and certain things you stated, like, for example, the face of terrorism is going to be us. And we literally just touched on that at the end of the academy just gone, where they have in the UK some laws pertaining to anti-terrorism. And the first conviction for said laws, never guess, brothers and sisters, who's the face of, quote unquote terrorists. Is our people.
Our people. The bait and switch. They start off with Arabs and Asians. At the end of it, with the bait and switch, they do a bait and switch so they can claim it's not racist. We were talking about the Arabs first. When really their target is to stop the Israelites from ever coming together under God's law. Okay? So the religious extremists they were concerned about wasn't Al-Qaeda. Okay, it's the bait and switch. They'll use Al-Qaeda to put things on the books to attack us. Once the Most High delivered us from the satanic bond of their Babylonian religions. Another thing, what we talk about, that really there's a straight censorship here that can't be discussed, right?
Yeah. There's a lot of health-related news.
Health-related news.
Yes, so much.
A lot of our people don't know how we're being targeted with diagnosis and all of that, right? And of course, I'm not going to go into it here, but it's no coincidence out of nowhere, all the strong people I've seen in Philadelphia that I've known growing up, the majority of strong men, people that I know was, hey, these guys weren't no joke, on disability.
Wow.
80% of these people that I've grown up with are on some type of statin for high blood pressure, on something, they're getting their legs cut off and all these. And no one is actually putting two and two together. What would be better off if we were just healthy like our foreparents were before all of these diagnoses? And that's just a question. A lot of that is answered, right? And speaking of that, Shapat, I always come with... But go ahead.
Yeah, speaking of our parents, I have two images related to the thing we spoke about earlier in the week with the sculptor.
Yeah.
I have two images. I don't know how we're going to share those images, if I should send them to you or if I can figure out how to share my screen. But yeah.
Okay. There is a share screen there.
Okay. Let's have a look here. Where's share screen? More. Okay, share. Sharing is not turned on. Send request. Okay, I just sent it.
Okay, allow. It's allowed now.
Okay, so I guess, okay, screen. All right, and here we go. Share. So that should work. You should see an image there, right?
Okay, let me put it here so I can see it, so I can put it there for them. Yeah, we see the image.
Now, to an extent and to some degree,
Now, and I see the image of your whole desktop, even
for real?
even your solitaire game.
Oh. Okay, hold on. Yeah, that's my pastime. All right, let me
Just blow. I see a picture. You want to just blow that up?
Yeah, let me just blow that up then. There we go. That'll work.
Okay, blow it up. Okay, yeah, I see that.
Now, to an extent, this is putting the cart before the horse a little bit, but Elder's going to go over some things with this sculptor. What's his name? Thomas J. Price.
Yes.
Okay, so Elder's going to go over some details with that particular sculptor, and in particular, his choice of what do they call that? His subject choice.
Yeah.
Okay, Elder's going to deal with that in a moment, but I wanted to set the record straight when it comes to, no pun intended, when it comes to historically what those people look like from the quote unquote Windrush era. My father happens to be one of those, right? Now, the Windrush era, for a lot of you brothers and sisters that don't know, especially if you're not from the UK, is a period in time when Britain, coming out of its being an empire, called upon subjects of the British Empire, predominantly from Jamaica, but other countries too, called on them to arrive to the UK after the war to build the UK and go into the manufacturing jobs in Birmingham in the car industry, okay? And to be nurses in the hospital at the founding of the NHS, on and on and on. These, when you go, it says right there, plastered over it, Getty images. These are their images. I didn't make these. These are historical images of your atypical, quote unquote, Windrush person looked like in terms of their dress and,
Let me blow it up so they can see it better there.
Yeah.
Okay, that's excellent. That's way better. Go ahead.
Right. And now, granted, everyone's going to big up their heritage, right? This is people from Jamaica, sisters, mind you, and this is very poignant to what Elder is in a moment going to show you with this sculptor later on in today's broadcast. Keep these images in mind. These are historical images of what the sisters that came from Jamaica looked like, atypical. Now, granted, we're going to big up ourselves and our people, but to an extent, this is how most people, regardless of background, whether they were white, black, Asian, Arab, it doesn't matter. People were a lot healthier and less body mass, body fat. They weren't dealing with all these issues that people in today's society do. And there's the sisters. And look at the brothers. Hold up here. Where did it go? Look at the brothers. Look at the brothers. We make this big again.
Look at that.
This is not a photo shoot. This is what your average brothers do. This yourself. I got these two images by Googling Windrush historical images, people from Jamaica. This is what came up. Getty images. This is not a photo shoot for Calvin Klein.
Let me tell you. Shapar,
I'm glad. I wanted to frame this.
No, go ahead. Okay? I'm listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, that was it. I just wanted the correct historical reference to be there, as opposed to what this person, this so-called sculptor, is trying to bring. And Elder will expound upon that when we reach that point.
Well, I'm glad you're showing these particular images, right? Greg, I did get your text. Thank you. We're going to bring you in once it's all over. I'm glad these texts are working. All praises be to the Most High. Shapat, okay, if you can, now.
Unshare?
Yeah, unshare if you would like. Yeah.
Okay.
Going back. And I'm glad because that's the perfect setting for what we're going into when it comes to the image. A lot of people don't even understand when the Bible says that they're going to push the image of the beast. We don't realize how they have changed our image, right? They even have books on this from the 17 and 1800s coming out of slavery. The Negro and the beast. It's like they focus on switching our image from the righteous image to the darkness that's in all mankind, unrepentant, right? So inside out, what they're showing us is they didn't like that image that you've just shown, right? Distinguished, right? With class. When we grew up, folks, that was a thing with the parents. You're not going outside embarrassing your parents. You're going to have the image. Why? Because you had a name to uphold. You had an image to uphold for your family. And on top of that, what I love about that image more so than anything, the images you've shown, Shapat, it didn't take much money for us to look good.
Right.
We were poor, but we still look good, right?
Presentable.
We were presentable. And it's having this self-pride that's more, guess what? Not a lot of people talking about the money and the designers and all that. We didn't need all the designer stuff and all that because what? We didn't have much money, but you know what we had? We had pride in how we presented ourselves. And I was talking about also the image of the beast. I was going into how they would bring out what? They would use Farmer Key and all these others to begin to have us not only just act like beasts, messing with our minds, but also to have us look like beasts, to switch up men, women, men, and all this other stuff, chemically inducing things that could actually change our biology. All of that and more is discussed, folks, in the academy. Now, Elder Lawya, Elder Shapat, I'll bring Lawya in a minute. You're not going to believe this. And again, you're not going to believe this, folks. Farmer Key. We have to watch these Asians they're placing around us, who are buffers in place to possibly get rid of us. Okay. When, like I said, when I went to the doctor tried to, the nurse and doctor tried to diagnose me with something initially years ago. And I said, well, listen, step off. I mean, what you mean step off? Step off. I'm fine. But your pressure says, I'm like, listen, I don't care. My pressure is high because you are pressing up on me. Get out of here. Skedaddle. Right? I'm like, our people's, black people's pressure, believe it or not, folks, is normally at a higher level naturally. Because what? It's because of the strength we carry. Okay? A lot has to do with it. The environment we're under, where people might rob you, the stress not being able to pay rent, that's not a sickness when something goes up because you're feeling a certain type of way. I say, get out of here. You're not going to put me on something that's going to have some ill side effects for me. You know when my blood pressure will go down? When you get out of my face. That's when it goes down. Okay? Don't try to throw a pill in everything. Every time something go down, they want to throw something at it. And that goes to the Bible. I'm going to go there real quick. I'm going to show you some of the, and I thank the brother Sticks for sending this to me. I'm going to show you some of the groundbreaking things that we be exposing and more in the Hebrew and Bible Academy. Okay? We're well beyond the, okay, blacks are Hebrews. That's old. Everyone knows now. Okay. That's not groundbreaking anymore. Okay. Even Christian churches outside of the ones that have been taken over by sodomites are proclaiming our people as the children of Israel in the inner cities. Okay. So now it's time to bump up to the next level, defend ourselves and understand what we're up against under Jacob's trouble. Here's an example of how we show our pharmacy destroy things. Shaphat, right? I'm going to go here real quick before we go into what I'm going to talk about, right? When you go into the Bible here, in the Bible, it says what? Galatians 5:18. Brothers and sisters have to understand, even if you're not, let me tell you, you're not seeking to bother anyone. You're just trying to survive and keep your family afloat. Okay? Our people ain't bothering anyone. But understand, there's people who are seeking to harm you. Who are foreparents. Our parents used to be able to trust. They have cycled out the doctors we got used to where these are strangers. You have to be very careful. And then you got a lot of people that are put in position who's willing to sell their own people out if only to make enough money to sustain their lifestyle at the expense of harming their own people. Let me read this real quick. Galatians 5:18. But if you be led of the Spirit, ye are not under the law. Right? And what does it mean by if you're led by the Spirit, you're not under the law? Well, if you're led by the Spirit, you're following the law. You're not under the penalties that come from breaking it. That's what it means. Now, check this out. Check out what the laws of the flesh are. Now, the works of the flesh are manifest, which are these: adultery, fornication, uncleanness, lasciviousness. Folks, these are all behaviors of the beast. That means these people don't have no self-control, no decorum, no self-respect. It's an image. The works of the flesh are manifest: adultery, fornication, uncleanness, lasciviousness, idolatry, witchcraft, hatred, variance, emulations, wrath, strife, seditions, heresies. These are all the images, these are all the laws they are placing on our people to soil the image of the children of God. Even if other nations are subjected to these particular lusts and sins, they've made us the face of all of these. Envyings, murders, drunkenness, revelings, and such like. Folks, all of these, when you add it together, are an image. But going back to some of the things, Shaphat, we be bringing out concerning their sorcery. Not too many Christians who read the New Testament have resolved this particular scripture and others in the Greek. Or you'll understand the idolaters they're sending into our inner cities to undermine us so that they can move their people in while getting rid of our people. It's systematic. Look at what it says here. Idolatry. You got these Asians coming over who are idolaters, like these Hindus and others. And they're putting them strategically in all the areas to service us when it comes to medicines and other things. Are they for our turn? Are they for our interest? I'll leave that up to you to decide. But look at the word witchcraft right here. Witchcraft. Witchcraft is what in the Greek? Pharmaki. You always got to go back to their Greek and or Latin. Pharmaki. So in order for them to execute the beast, pharmaki or pharmacy must be a key component within their magic to destroy the children of God. You must look out for this. What it says? Medication. Now, you know we can't go but too far here, Shapat, right?
Yeah, I wanted to read a little more on that, if I may, Elder.
Okay, go on.
When you click on that, brothers and sisters, like Elder's showing you here, and by the way, if you didn't know, that's a program. You know, we don't get paid by this, but it's one of the better programs, eSword. Okay, and you have the option there, all those numbers. If you're in the New Testament, it'll have a G next to it, which is a Greek, and then the number is where it sits in the the James Strong's exhaustive concordance. So basically, every word that exists in the Bible, in the King James Version, the original Hebrew or Greek, the words that were there and their meanings at the point of translation are there recorded, because people use words differently nowadays, right? Getting back to this, what you just went over there, Elder, what is it? It's witchcraft, which is G for the Greek side of the concordance, 5331.
Yep.
And as Elder shows it on the screen there, let me just zoom in so I can see. As you see it, it's, let me get it back up again. What is it? Witchcraft?
Yep, but when you click on 5332, it goes into even more detail.
Right, and that's what I was about to go into exactly. When you click on the root word, and the reason why the 5332 is there is because 5331 says that it's from 5332. So that's correct. When you click on that, that's what I wanted to read, right?
Yep.
And the point is where it says in brackets, pharmacon, then the brackets, a drug that is spell-giving potion. And, you know, it goes on to mention at the end, by extension, a magician or sorcerer. We, in modern times, mostly because of movies and TV shows, but also books, you know, the Harry Potter series, we believe, or we've been led to believe, that magicians and sorcerers and wizards and witches and warlocks, they all do, quote unquote, hocus pocus, okay? They do quote unquote magic. Some supernatural thing is happening on the dark side. That's what we're being led to believe is the understanding for a magician or sorcerer, when in actuality, at least as per this word, it is referring to the quote unquote spell giving potion form of it, the drug. Okay, so
let me pull up so they can see it again, because they would not be able to execute turning us into beasts if it wasn't for the drug sorcery component. And most of us don't know how to identify the culprits.
Right.
These idolaters they're bringing over, they're putting white jackets on, but you don't know what they were doing, you know, in their dirt countries before they came here. Dressed them up and put a white jacket on them. And when you look at these people, folks, they have evil, they have serious vitriol. Even in their country, there's a caste system where they treat their own people a certain type of way based on how light or dark they are. Yeah. Now, imagine if they were to bring these haters that come from mud huts in India over here. Now check it out. Witchcraft, pharmaki. Mm-hmm. Then you go to the root word, where it's from, pharmakouos in the Greek. And how did they destroy our communities? Drugs, a drug. Mm-hmm. That is a spell-given potion. Mm-hmm. A druggist. A pharmacist. Out of nowhere, every place we live, there's a pharmacy almost around every corner now.
Well, I think,
hold up.
I was at Allegheny Avenue, the thing that has the train going on above it in Philly.
Yeah.
That one little strip. There's no cap, no lie, in the space, in one block. You can see with your own eyes. You don't have to walk or drive nowhere. There was literally like 4 separate pharmacists.
4 pharmacists in a 2-block radius. Look what it says here. A poisoner in the Greek.
Mm-hmm.
But in ancient times, we knew who they were. The magicians and the sorcerers. I don't care what degree they have. So we have to become savvy enough to understand that our people on all these medications, dying early, getting amputated, folks, it ain't what they're telling you it is. How much of this have been systematically placed in our communities to get rid of us? And I need you to think about this. Medicine, so-called, have advanced since our grandparents and all that, and since our parents and all that. Why are people dying and are more unhealthy now than our grandparents were, who are poorer than us, who didn't have access to the same medical attention we do? Now, why am I bringing that out, Shapat? I need you to check this out, Shapat. Now, of course, just like the Academy, we rarely talk to each other at all. Matter of fact, we don't, because I like the spontaneous reaction. We don't discuss anything before. A matter of fact, let me see if I can bring you in here with me here. Yeah, I just slid you in here with me. Shapat, we don't discuss anything when it comes to our news in the Academy because you know what? It's best to have the spontaneous reactions, especially when I'm commentating on some of the things you're bringing forth. You know, a little sense of humor, but it's shock value beyond belief. But here it is. Here is a video. Jeff Bridges, right? This video was made when people were coming out of the pandemic. I told people years ago, Shapat, just like Soil and Green, when they show all of these commercials where it seems like everyone is having a good time, but yet the drug they're selling and all that has all these side effects that have nothing to do with a good time. I told people a long time ago, they're showing us dead people. Because one day what I did was, and I started doing this because I don't like their spells coming into my mind when they're doing these drug commercials. Now, folks, a lot of you don't know, these drug commercials are not allowed to be played in the UK and other countries. The pharmaceuticals can't advertise like they do in the United States. Did y'all know that? So one day, Shapat, what I've done, every time these stupid drug commercials come on, I mute because I don't want to hear all of the side effects, including death. How can death be a side effect? So, but one day I stopped and I muted and I just looked at it and I said, hold up. These people are dead. This video, this commercial for AstraZeneca came out about 2 years ago, Shapat. 2023, when everybody was coming out of the stuff, right? Check out the commercial, Shapat. Fair use for educational purposes only. Shapat, listen to the commercial for AstraZeneca.
Missed a lot of things when I was away. You know, cancer, chemo, COVID, that kind of a way. Certainly miss my family, being with them. I miss my friends, making movies. I love being alive, man. And I almost lost it all. My immune system was totally shot. Fortunately, you don't have to wait around for the worst. You can up your antibodies before COVID comes knocking. Because when your antibodies are up, well, you can get back to what you love.
And look, and then an arrow shoots up. Get back to what you love. Yeah, it says up the antibodies, right? Shapat. I have Google Translate out of the Latin. A lot of their coding, even in their medical terms and all that, usually goes back to the Latin. So what I did was, right? Check this out. When you go to, hold on, let me get it. AstraZeneca. I'm going to copy that. Look at this. I'm going to paste that here, right? Look at this. Hold on, let me get it here. I did it over here. Let me show it. Hold on. Let me get it here. 1 second, let me do it. Hold up, I did it over here. I want to make sure you got to space it right. 1 second. Yep, right here. Let me show it here. Let me show it here. You there? You there?
I'm here.
All right, I'm going to go down to where you are. Right here. Look at this. I'm going to type it in. S-T-R-A. Right? Z-E. N-E-C-A. Shapat. It reads, AstraZeneca, a road to death.
Wow. You know what comes up on my screen? The stars are killing us.
The stars are killing us. Pharma key. Look at that. Pharma key. And it states, I told people a long time ago, I said, I'm going to tell y'all right now, I seen those commercials, Shapat, and I said, you know what? These commercials are showing people after they're dead already. You can't make this up.
Yeah. A road to death when you have A space, Stra, Ze, Neka. But when you have Astra together, the stars are killing us.
Let me see.
Either way.
Hold up.
When you have Astra as one word and there's this rest is the same spacing.
Oh, look at this. You take out the S, it says behind the scenes in English. AstraZeneca, a road to death. And you said if you pull them both together?
Yeah, Astra together, one word. The stars are killing us.
The stars are killing us.
I'm good. I'm good.
Boy, I'll tell y'all. And I told my brother one time, I'm going to tell you, Shapat, I had to, I went and gripped my brother up against the wall. I said, I'm not going to tell you this anymore. Before you take anything, get on your phone and Google the side effects. It's a shame we're living in the age of information where they're telling you what they're doing right in the palm of your hand, and you're too lazy to even Google what you're consuming. And because at least one could weigh, they can weigh whether or not they would like to deal with what they're going through now, or the side effects, and weigh which is worse.
Right.
If my lung is going to collapse, I'll deal with with a swollen leg. I'd rather have a swollen leg and raise my leg than have a lung collapse. Which of the two you want? I had to put him up against the wall. I'm like, what's going on? Because what happens? They usually call me after they've done something, and now they need me to wake up at night and come pull them out of some type of issue that could have easily been resolved if they listened. It's always on the family have to deal with these crazy choices our families are making, and it's a burden on us. When I said, listen, I'm not coming to your defense or to your aid anymore if you seek to damage yourself. Okay? You listen to these people, and you don't know these people are sitting to our neighbors to get rid of us. Allegedly. Look at that right there. For those who missed it. Hold up. They've been telling us I'll get that later. They've been telling us in the commercials the whole time. Listen to what he says. Up your antibodies. Yeah, you'll be up out of your body. Listen to this.
Missed a lot of things when I was away. You know, cancer, chemo, COVID, that kind of a way. Certainly miss my family, being with them. I miss my friends.
Now, how he miss his family and his friends if he's still living?
Making movies.
I miss my friends and making movies. He's talking about he's talking from the other side, folks.
I love being alive, man. And I almost lost it all.
Someone put it all together, Elder.
Was totally shot.
What'd you say?
Someone put it all together, the different way to space out AstraZeneca.
Yeah.
Behind the scenes, the stars are killing us, a road to death.
There you go. Behind the scenes,
the stars are killing us.
The stars are killing us. Behind the scenes, the stars are killing us. A road to death.
Fortunately, you don't have to wait around for the worst. You can up your antibodies before COVID comes knocking. Because when your antibodies are up, well, you can get back to what you love.
And what you love, that arrow, you out of here. That's that arrow. Get up out of here. And what do it means? AstraZeneca in the Latin for English, it's tell you the stars are killing us. Right? You take away the S, it says a woman kills. What? A woman kills. What? Are they talking about allegedly nurses? The stars are killing us. You take away a T. Hold on. A road to death when you space it. behind the scenes. This is insane. A road to death behind the scenes. You can't make this up. Behind the scenes.
No, Elder. We're conspiratorial.
Listen, I'm just using Google right here. Behind the scenes, I'm just using Google. I'm not doing anything. The stars are killing us. As in the days of Noah, when the sons of God came down and dealt with the daughters of men, that they were fair. It's speaking of the fallen angels. The fallen angels. It's speaking of the fallen angels. A road to death. A woman.
That's really the main one.
Hold up. You take another one out. It says a woman kills. Remember when it says, well, if we can just do something with mom or dad when they're old, we can hire more teachers, more nurses.
Mm-hmm. That's the death panel. We're not supposed to have that discussion.
That's what he said, quote unquote. That's the death panel. We're not supposed to have that. We're not supposed to have that discussion. It's right in our faces, pharmacy, and I hope our people understand what? That they understand the gift of the herbs that have always healed us. And stop panicking. These people use psychology that's in these positions that'll make you believe if you don't do what they say, you're going to die. And then you end up being what? Taking a dirt nap. That is something else. And I'm just putting this out there because a lot of people don't know how we go in. And it be in the spirit too. Like, I had no idea that all of these particulars came out of that. AstraZeneca Latin. I only knew about what? I only knew about the road to death. I didn't know that this word meant so many things. What it says, the stars are killing you. A road to death. A woman kills.
Crazy.
Not just any woman. Some people are doing it and don't know what they're being used for. And they're good at that. They're good at paying our people to be facilitators of the poison. Hit that like button. Let me bring in Elder Lawya real quick. I know I want to jump into some things with him real quick while we're still dealing with this. Where Lawman at? Let me call Lawya in real quick.
All right. Back.
How you doing, Lawman?
Shalom, sir. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I am blessed by the Almighty. Good to see you, young man. Good to see you, young man. Let me bring you in here. Let's see. Do you see this hot mess, Lawya?
Yes, sir. I'm listening.
Oh, man. It's like, are you kidding me? All right, let me move you here. And let me move myself.
I can bow out if it's easier.
Oh no.
Just follow online.
No, I have layers. It's fine.
Okay.
We are good. I have layers. How you doing, Lloyd?
I'm doing well, sir. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. Just talking about us coming out of the academy, and a lot is going on right now, and I wanted to thank all the people who are a part of it. Real quick before I jump into anything, Lawya, because of course I got to talk about a lot of what's in store. For the test next week, what do the members of the Academy have to look forward to? For those who have been in for the first time, you can let them know that. And then we're going into Donald Trump. It's up to you, Shapat, because you can step in at any time. I'd rather have all three of us, but if it's getting late there, you can bow at any time, all right?
All right.
But I do thank you. Hit the like button. Lawya, what can the brothers and sisters expect for the going into the test this coming Sunday?
Yes, so for those who have been in the Academy for the first time, essentially, after every Academy, we have a major test. And essentially, the test is a combination of all the information that you've learned throughout the course of this 12 weeks. So we're talking about 100 questions on the test. Again, each topic that we've discussed, both in the Hebrew as well as in your main lesson, is incorporated. After you take your test, you'll be graded. And of course, the grade is not necessarily, it's not determining anything as far as your fellowship or, what you can achieve in this ministry. It's just pretty much allowing you to test your ability to study and comprehend all the information that we've studied in this academy. And then after that, you get an email, a final email with, the certificate along with some other goodies. I believe also we have like a very basic Hebrew term booklet that's sent out to you, along with a few other goodies that you get for finishing the 12 weeks of the academy. So that's what you have to look forward to for those who are finishing for the first time.
Okay, thank you, Elder Lawya. And again, you got to go to historytimes.org for the next academy, which will begin June 1st for those who missed it. Now, jumping right in, Elder Lawya, right? While they had everyone looking at P. Diddy, right? And out of nowhere, and I need you to stay, Shapop, because I need for you to give us some insight on this artist from the UK who all of a sudden came to prominence at the same time those satanic Black Lives Matter started taking down statues all over the United States. These nut jobs running around taking down statues. All of a sudden, it's replaced by this guy who looks like an East Indian over in England. And now they have us having a conversation because I don't like these images they're putting out there of our sisters and trying to claim that we need representation with statues that have no accolades or history behind it other than them what? Shaming our people publicly. And I'm going to talk about that in a moment. But while they have us looking at statues and so-called P. Diddy and all these others, what is Trump doing over there in the Middle East with Ishmael? Well, fair use for educational purposes only. Listen to this. And I'm going to put this on the screen so you all can hear it.
Welcome in on a Tuesday. I'm Go Deep.
Hold on. Matter of fact, I'm going to do it here so y'all can hear it better.
President Donald Trump officially touched down in Saudi Arabia, his first major international trip of his second term, and the country pulling out all the stops for the president.
And this is fair use for educational purposes only, okay? And again, I need y'all to check out CBS News, the whole set. How slowly but surely they are disappearing men, black men in particular, from the anchor positions. I don't know if y'all noticed that. It is nothing against this sister. She's trying to work. She don't know any better, but they're switching the images out, right?
Arrival, including this. Those are Saudi F-15 fighter jets escorting Air Force One before it landed. Our reporters on the ground say the president was also greeted with a 21-gun salute. And look at this, that lavender carpet there rolled out for the president at the royal court. And there he is walking with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Lavender is a symbol of growth and prosperity. The two leaders further solidifying their economic alliance by signing a $600 billion investment commitment.
A $600 billion investment. Esau and Ishmael. Now understand this, folks. $600 billion. $600 billion. Now, this guy here used to be the face of terrorism. Now, all of a sudden, the only terrorists they're actually putting in the media now are claiming to be black people. So what is this union? This is an age-old union and agreement that we can all read about, Elder Lawya, in Psalms 83. Can you go there for me, Elder Lawya? $600 billion.
Yes, sir.
At the same time, folks, and don't forget, folks, who do you think going to get the money that's coming from these agreements? Could it be the people they let in the country for 4 years before they put Trump back in position? These outside corporations has an agreement on who will be employed with this money. See? They sent in the workers first. See? So here it is. We're looking at Psalms 83 unfolding. What is this? Elder Lawya, if you will. Okay, let me get Psalms 83 so we can put biblical names on these agreements. If you don't know the Bible, you have no idea what's really going on. Right? Psalms 83. Elder Lawya, I'm going to pull you in here. 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Elder Lawya. If you will, hold on. Let me minimize this. Psalms 83, Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir. Psalms 83, verse 1. Keep not thou silence, O God. Hold not thy peace, and be not still, O God. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people, and consulted against thy hidden ones.
They consulted against the hidden ones. We are the hidden ones. They've hid our identity. They know that we're the Hebrews. They know we're the Jews. They know we're the Israelites. Now the Bible is going to identify the culprits. Read the conspirators. Read.
They have said, come, and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance.
We need to take them and separate them from their forefathers. They can be anything they want. They can call themselves African. They can call themselves anything. Hey, foundational black, whatever they want. But don't allow them to claim the name of Israel. We're in trouble if they do so. Let's make sure that we divide them between the fake satanic modern day Christianity and the satanic evil Islam to supplement in place what they would normally get, what? Spiritually uplifted without our help at all. So let's do this. Let's give them and supplement their spiritual growth through giving them the religions that have enslaved them. Islam and or Christianity. See? It says they have taken what?
They have taken crafty counsel against thy people.
They have said, come, let us cut them off, read.
From being a nation.
From being a race of people, divide them, read.
That the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance.
So that they cannot remember that they are from the true genealogy of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Because if we find out who we are, we'll know by default who they are. We'll understand that they're at war against these same people historically. The same people we read of in the Old Testament. This is why the Christians tell us not to read the Old Testament. Why? You can't find the history of these same people doing the same thing to us that they've done back then. Read.
For they have consulted together with one consent.
They have one consent.
They are confederate against thee.
They are a confederate against us. So when you see they're getting all this money to do stuff, understand who this money will be used against. The what?
The tabernacles of Edom.
Now the Bible identifies the culprits behind this, the Edomites, who are the modern day Europeans. And what?
And the Ishmaelites.
Arabs. That's what you see. What? The conspiracy against the children of Israel right here in your face. Two sides working against the middle. So the Arabs didn't mind being demonized for a minute because they knew they was going to use that Muslim jihadi thing to put a bump in the road for when our people begin to identify as Israelites. See? Well, no, they have these laws we got in the books within the United States have nothing to do with you black people. We're talking about jihadis over there in the Middle East. See? So what they did was they played the game together and say, we'll just get them at the very end. They'll be the religious extremists when it's over. So the Saudis are playing in bed with America, and they were doing it the whole time. Even when it meant to started with the war over in the Middle East, the Saudis were in bed with them. And we thought that they were going over there to fight the Saudis? No. They went to Libya. And look what happened in Libya. Okay, they couldn't even broadcast what they were doing in Libya under the cover of destroying Gaddafi. They were rounding up black people and putting them in cages. And I seen that while I was over in the Middle East because they wasn't even showing that footage here in the United States. Every time there's an attack, they attack us under the cover of night because there's no cameras rolling. You tell me you're going in there for Gaddafi, but you're rounding up black people over in Libya. Same thing with COVID. When that broke out and all that happened, and now you seen them doing what? In China, attacking black people right there. Doesn't matter what happens.
In Ukraine as well.
It's happened in the Ukraine too. So every time
trying to escape.
Thank you. Every time something happens, even though the bait and switch, it's something else, but our people indirectly is getting attacked, or are we the direct attack? Kicking up smoke so that they can destroy us before the smoke settles. This is how they do it. Fair use. Educational purposes only. Prophetic purposes only.
Before that, President Trump had this to say about the relationship between the two. Listen.
We have, as you know, we have the biggest business leaders in the world here, and they're going to walk away with a lot of checks for a lot of things that you're going to provide. And in the United States, it's probably 2 million jobs that we're talking about.
2 million jobs we're talking about. Now, how many of those jobs you think are for us? Folks, these jobs are for the immigrants the company sent in during the Biden administration. These are the people that's going to be working for their companies.
This visit. So, number one, I like visiting with you, and we've known each other very well, and I really believe we like each other a lot. And number two, for the United States, we've brought tremendous investment in and tremendous jobs, and we'll continue to service your great country very well.
All right, let's bring in CBS News correspondent Natalie Brand
Fair
following
use.
the trip live from the White House for us. Good to see you, Natalie. Can you walk us through what was included in the agreement we just mentioned?
Hi, Mugo. Good to be with you. We're still waiting to get some more details, but the White House a short time ago did put out just a preliminary fact sheet on what it calls the $600 billion investment commitment made in Saudi Arabia. Note that that was a number, $600 billion, initially floated by the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman back in January, right after President Trump.
Sometimes with these numbers, you know, sometimes there's always some esoteric coded message. 666, 6 million died here, 6 billion, right? But you know, it's always some esoteric coded message with this 6 thing, the mark of a man. But go on.
Trump took office. So what we know so far, according to the Trump administration, is that this agreement includes around $142 billion in defense sales, it says, to build up the capacity of the Saudi armed forces. It also...
This is what I wanted to show. 142 billion, elders, to build up the defense system of the Saudis in the Middle East. What are they ramping up for? Think about that. We just spoke about it last Sunday. They're ramping up for the war. But not the war everyone thinks. Folks, a lot of this is going to go into money, you heard it here first, to war against our brothers and sisters in Africa. Don't forget, it was the Christians and the Muslims who came there to divide and colonize us as they began to rape all the resources out of the land, subjugating us and keeping us under third world. How can you build, and think about this, Lawya. Think about this. And how do you know that it's against us? How can you build a city out of the desert with nothing at all that was nothing but a desert called Dubai? When our people are living in Africa and still have dirt roads. I need y'all to think about that. They built a whole city out of a desert. You know what it take to build an aqueduct system and all of these others in the middle of the desert to be livable and inhabitable for people? Right? I need y'all to think about that, to show you how much they hate our people. And then they say, don't worry about it. This will provide jobs. And guess who they're flying in and busing in to do the slave labor for low wages in Dubai? Our people in Africa. Why couldn't they take that money and build the infrastructures of Ghana and all the other countries like Nigeria and all of that? Folks, they've always been in cahoots. So you think this money is strictly not. This money, folks, isn't to go against Iran per se. Because I'm going to tell you right now, they don't want, the Saudis don't want smoke with Iran. So what is this 142 billion for? The children of Israel, against the children of Israel in Africa. These are the same so-called Christians and Muslims that have always been a what? Been a harm to God's people. The conspiracy that was pointed out by David. Now check this out. 20 billion for AI, listen to this, Shapat, AI energy and infrastructure. $20 billion in AI towards the United States to build in the new systems. Folks, when they shut everything down, they switched everything to the beast grid. It was pivoted into where we're going now, where there wouldn't be a need for people to work a lot of jobs. Right? Man, I got people text me, hey, hold up, man, let me show this. Man, Anya put AstraZeneca in Chat GPT. Right? And it says, man, who funds AstraZeneca? BlackRock. That's the company that's coming after P. Diddy, ain't it? Vanguard. WEF, the UN Health Alliance, and the Gates Foundation. Man, that's deep. Thank you, Anya. We got people working on each end here. 20 billion, Shapat, for AI and energy infrastructure. 5.8 billion in investment in what? Health care. Now, what type of health care do we need in the United States that warrants 5.8 billion? I need someone to tell me, what are we missing here? And aren't we tired of all this inundation of healthcare and pharmaceuticals and all these things? So what will they do with this healthcare, this so-called healthcare? And what people are they aiming this money against? Because folks, is this help money or is this what? Military money. Because don't forget, 142 billion for defense. That's military. 20 billion for AI and energy infrastructure. That's military. 5.8 billion investment in healthcare. Could it be the bio side of the military? Because don't forget, this is a declaration for war. How do we know this? When it starts out, it tell you what he flew in on.
Welcome in on a Tuesday. I'm Mugo Odigwe, and President Donald Trump officially touched down in Saudi Arabia, his first major international trip of his second term, and the country pulling out all the stops for the president's arrival, including this. Those are Saudi F-15 fighter jets escorting
Fighter jets!
Air Force One before it landed.
Escorting what?
Reporters on the ground say the president was also greeted with a 21-gun salute. And look at this, that lavender carpet there rolled out for the president at the royal court. And there he is.
Folks, is this a declaration of war during the time of Jacob's trouble? I believe so. You brothers and sisters have better get your lives together and your mind right. Okay? Outright, folks. He just went over there with Esau. Esau went over there with Ishmael and are coming together with another conspiracy to finish what they couldn't do when things shut down. They're going to come a different way now. They're going to starve people out. They're going to have it where there's a lack of jobs. They're going to give the job to the people they sent here to work in their new infrastructure. AI is going to replace everything. The food prices are eventually going to go up. And guess what? The only answer they'll have for us is what? Y'all seen it earlier? The only answer they're going to have for us is what? You'll be walking through the grass.
Missed a lot of things when I was away.
Don't you want to be on the other side?
Cancer, chemo.
COVID.
That kind of a way. Certainly miss my family.
I miss my family. I'm on the other side now.
I miss my friends. Making movies.
Look, I'm playing music on the other side.
I love being alive, man.
On the other side.
And I almost lost it all. My immune system was totally shot. Fortunately, you don't have to.
There it is. And folks, Shapat even brought this out in Canada about what? When people are depressed and all that, they're offering us to assist you in being able to lay down permanently. I know you're going through pressure, you can't afford things. But if you sign the agreement here, we can make you real comfortable. How many times you've heard that in the hospital? Them making our family members comfortable. So when people be so depressed, so sick, can't see no way out of this with the pressures of the world. People are separated. Families are totally destroyed. People are lonely, and they're going to choose going to the other side, not being able to bear what life is from day to day. All right, it's time to go in now. So, Elder Lawyer, what are we dealing with Donald Trump? Let's go. With their policy. Let me slow down here, Elder Lawyer, if you will. Let's go to Daniel 8:25.
Yes, sir.
Daniel 8:25. What are we dealing with Donald Trump linking in with the Saudis, who have always been our political enemies in the earth? When we started standing up during the civil rights, that was predominantly a Christian movement. Who did they bring in? They started bringing in Islam, Elijah Muhammad, divide and conquer. They always come with Islam. When yet there's Israelites who are Christians and Israelites who are Muslim who cannot come together. Why? Because Esau and Ishmael said, Psalms 83, let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel be no more in remembrance. We were supposed to stand together, not as Muslims, not as modern day Christians, but as Israelites. Why? Why? Because that's who our forefathers are. We're the people of the Bible, folks. And whether you want to accept it or not, according to their scrolls, according to their history, these people know exactly who they are attacking. They're not attacking black people. They don't see it that way. This is Esau against Jacob. This is Ishmael against Isaac. You better wake up. I don't trust anything they peddle to me. My answer is no. Well, don't you want this? Oh, I see. Yeah, I think something is going on with you. Nah, I'm good. Take your farmer key and shove it. Okay? I don't need it. When it's my time to go, if it be the Most High's will, he'll take me, but it's not with me being deceived into taking your crap, knowing your conspiracies against our people. 0, no. What are we dealing with here, Elder Lawyer? Let's now go to Daniel 8:25.
Yes, sir.
Let's read it.
The book of Daniel 8, verse 25.
A matter of fact, let's start at the 24th verse.
Yes, sir. 24. And his power shall be mighty, but not by his own power. And he shall destroy wonderfully, and shall prosper in practice, and shall destroy the mighty and holy people.
And shall destroy the mighty and the holy people. And through what?
And through his policy.
And through his policy, his politics, his agreements. Read.
Also, he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand. And he shall magnify himself in his heart, and by peace shall destroy many.
These peace talks, these peace aren't for peace at all. When they make these declarations together, they're declaring war on God's people throughout the earth. You notice we talked about it last week doing what? First fruits. How Abraham Torre is standing up against the West, right? And now you see him a week later, Trump making an alliance with Ishmael. When the Catholic Church and the Arabs have always conspired together to destroy and keep Africa from ever rising. And now they got these people coming over here under the guise of black and brown people, harming us in our neighborhoods, taking all of our grant money. Our people work to build this country to actually be used as mercenaries to kill us from the inside. and by peace shall destroy many. Read.
He shall also stand up against the prince of princes, but he shall be broken without hand.
And it says he shall also stand up against the princes of princes, because we know eventually we know that this is speaking of the power that comes through the Roman Catholic Church. Don't think it's a coincidence. The same time they got a new pope just last week, and now here it is, they're over in the Middle East dealing with this. To come against our people, folks. The jobs are going to dry up and all that. It's time to link all the way into the Most High. And let me show you some of what they want to talk about right now, Shapat and Elder Lawya. They want to talk about P. Diddy. In particular, they want to talk about P. Diddy and Cassie. And I'm still trying to wait. I'm still waiting, and I'm going to pivot here. I'm still waiting on, and I'm wondering why Lucian Grange, who was originally in this lawsuit, how he magically disappeared out of this. When allegedly Lucian Grange was being charged with something, and now he just disappeared out of nowhere, the guy from the UK. But they're talking about what? Cassie. And they're speaking about P. Diddy. Why are they always focusing on us to make us the negative image throughout the earth, when there's so many good people they could out of Israel, out of our people, that they could show forth a positive image with? I need y'all to think about that for a moment. And speaking of images, I'm going to need y'all opinion on this. Out of nowhere, sisters didn't even ask for this, Elder Lawya. Out of nowhere, there's an image of a sister propped out of nowhere in Times Square. By whom Shapat think is a coolie, an East Indian playing to be black, who propped this up out of nowhere. What exactly are they saying with this image out of nowhere? Don't forget, a lot of these people are occultists. They're very esoteric with hidden messages. What are they saying? Because sisters didn't ask for this. It comes directly from England with what? With this particular artist, brothers and sisters, who came into prominence during the time of Black Lives Matter. What does this represent? It's going to shock you because it's not what a lot of you think. You know I dove into this. But before I go into this, hit the like button. I need to get this up at least 500 more likes. We're going into these images that they're focusing on our people, putting up all these images. Why? Why are we the focus of these so-called elitists? Why our sisters in particular are their focus? Do they really care about our sisters? Because when it comes to the bottom of everything, when it comes to economics and everything, our sisters are at the rock bottom. Okay? Our sisters are at the rock bottom. When it comes to the average wage, our sisters are at the bottom. Highest debt, the lowest wages, they're at the bottom. And that's even compared to black men who aren't educated. And it's not a competition. I'm not saying it's good that they're at the bottom. You would think that sisters that are celebrated by the elite and by the powers as much as they're doing, that they would do something to make sure our sisters would be above all those people they're bringing in economically. If our sisters mean so much to them, why are they permanently plastered at the bottom? Anchored at the bottom. Why? So what does this represent? Well, guess what, folks? We're gonna do a twist because it's not what y'all think it is. I see a lot of people that are using this image as an opportunity to do what? To push down on sisters again. Okay? When our sisters didn't ask for this. And I'm checking out the dynamics. I'm like, these sorcerers are deep how they do this. Any conversation that will lead to some divide or now some shaming, either shaming or attacks. Now there's a conversation that puts a greater wedge between black men and black women. It always comes down to that argument when there's something deeper here that I would like to bring forth. And I'm going to talk about that. And when I come back, Lawya, before I show what I have, I need your opinion. What is your take on this image in the middle of Times Square, if any? And the same thing with you, Shapat. Not before I take a quick break. I'll be back in a minute and 20 seconds. Hold tight. We're going into the prophetic policies against Judah. One moment.
The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
Yes, Hebrew and Bible Academy, you are invited. Now, speaking of the Hebrew and Bible Academy, for those who missed it, yes, we will be going into, brothers and sisters, if you will, a new academy with the theme from Babylon, Rome to America, from Nimrod to Elon Musk, showing you the spirit that have moved from ancient Babylon to Rome that now lies here in America. And I think it's apropos to talk about that image of a woman that popped out of nowhere at Times Square. Folks, you can't make this up. We have a lesson. We have a theme, Babylon, Rome to America, 12 new lessons in the academy. You need to be in the academy, even if you weren't before, to get this prophetic information we're breaking down. And now, folks, somehow it indirectly links directly into the image that we showed you with the black woman in the middle of Times Square. I'm going to show you what it means in a moment, what I looked up. But anyway, I would like you all to enroll. It's only $150 for 3 full months. Shapat and I go into this news. He bring out the news without telling me exactly what he researched, and I bring my commentary in prophetic view to whatever news articles he find. We have a section called Sodom Watch because we're watching LGBTQ because we understand that what it's really about, the spiritual side of that, the dark side of LGBTQ, and how it's being used as a political football to harm the earth to some degree. And I'm not talking about LGBTQ people because a lot of these people are going through struggles. They're going through sin. They're going through, a lot of them, some of them need prayer and all of that. So I'm not talking about a person who's struggling with the gay life. I'm talking about the world powers politicizing victims and using it as a way to divide societies. The history of what? Babylon, Rome to America, how the spirit moved from ancient Babylon, Nimrod, and how you can identify that spirit in the earth today that rules cities. Enroll now, start June 1st, the history of the Tower of Babel, the secret war of the Edomites against our people, the Israelites, the desolation of abomination, how to calculate time according to the Bible, a nest above the stars, Satan's space program, Elon Musk, the final battle of Armageddon. And if you enroll before the 30th, you will get a free lesson that everyone was talking about, us focusing on not the woman, but the man, this academy. Covenant under fire. Will your marriage stand? Will be the lesson that we'll have a round table for the first 30 minutes, all men. The second 30 minutes, all women. How can we keep our covenants together? If you enroll before the first of next month, the 30th, you will receive a free lesson that we've done for the first time, the fall of Adam. I would like to see you all there. Go to historytimes.org to enroll. Okay. Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir.
What is your take on this image, if any, that they put out, that they put at Times Square of a sister?
Well, just to give it a quick analysis from a biblical point of view, and then I'll bring it around to a more so. In fact, I'll keep it biblical. If we can go to Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 2, and verse number.
Hold on. Let me pull you in. I'm gonna let you flow, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. But if you go into a scripture that I was gonna pull out later and resolve, I'm gonna say hold that.
Yes, sir.
Because
Absolutely.
I know how it is. We're part of the same body, and we're probably thinking along the same line. So.
Absolutely.
All right. So one moment. Let me straighten this out so that I didn't set up this particular layer. So when you see this image, what does it say? You said you want to go to the Apocrypha.
Yes, sir. Starting the Wisdom of Solomon. We're going to stick in the Apocrypha actually for quite a few. In fact, all of the scriptures I have are coming from the Apocrypha.
Okay.
So, we can stick there.
When you see this image, the Wisdom of Solomon comes to mind. Right? Let's start there. Right?
Yes, sir.
Let me grab it here. And you said wisdom. Oh, yeah. About leaving monuments.
Yes, sir.
Right. Believe it or not, I was going along there, but I didn't get that one yet. But I thought about that earlier today. But let's go. Let's go.
If you want, I can hold it. I can leave it.
Oh no. I know where you're going. So certain things, if you go there, I'll say, well, hold that for a minute, because and not only that, this will tell people how connected in the spirit we are also, right? Even being separated in two separate houses right now. And none of us have talked about this. You haven't talked to me about this. I haven't talked to you. That's how linked we are in the spirit, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to tell
Didn't
you.
even know this was coming up until a few minutes ago. So
yeah.
just to show you again, it's all in the spirit.
It's all in the spirit, right? And I'm going to tell you, man, I'm tired of them using our sisters. And it's time for our sisters to stand up and say, listen, get out of our face. We're tired of you. Okay?
Right.
But go on. Bring what you have.
Yes, sir. Starting in the book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 2, verse number 6.
Yeah.
The reason I'm going here, as well as the other scriptures that I'm going to show, is to prove the fact that the enemy understands the power of imagery.
Yeah.
So starting in the book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 2, verse 6, he says, "Come on, therefore, let us enjoy the good things that are present." This is showing the mindset of the enemy. "And let us speedily use the creatures like as in youth. Let us fill ourselves with costly wine and ointments, and let no flower of the spring pass us by." Verse 8, "Let us crown ourselves with rosebuds before they be withered. Let none of us go without his part of our voluptuousness. Let us leave tokens of our joyfulness in every place, for this is our portion, and our lot is this." The key verse is verse number 9. All of this is good, but the key verse is verse number 9. It says again, "Let none of us go without his part of our voluptuousness. Let us leave tokens of our joyfulness in every place." What does this mean? This means that every place that the enemy has conquered, what he does is he leaves behind tokens or imagery, representation of himself. And when he does it in a manner in which he is represented essentially as God on earth. When you look at Mount Rushmore, when you look at the imagery and the statues and the pictures of George Washington, Abe Lincoln, Alexander the Great, all of the so-called leaders of the enemy, of the oppressor, who have been established in this earth, they always take on the form of what? Stately, strong, mighty, pious, godly imagery. An example of this, going to the book of Wisdom of Solomon, Salakia, First Maccabees, chapter 3, and I want to say verse number 48.
Now, I want to say this before we go there.
Yes, sir.
Now, some of our sisters may take this image as some type of, thinking that it's some type of reverence and respect to them. But I believe Esau and the other nations over here, they're doing something else with it, with this image. It's not in reverence. It's in disrespect of our sisters. And I'm going to go there in a moment. But they want to immortalize these images. Notice, and there's a connection, Elder Lawya, the same guy that came into prominence when they started pulling down statues was hired to begin to erect these particular images for a reason. Because it represents something. Right? I'm going to go there in a minute. But what's the next one?
Yes, sir.
What's the next one, Elder Lawya?
We're going to go to the book of First Maccabees 3 and verse number 48.
So we went here to show every place they go and conquer, they leave tokens. Right? But before you go there, Elder Lawya, I just need to read the 10th verse, because they're not really here to celebrate us. They leave tokens of honorable things based on their accomplishments. When they conquer our people, they leave statues to prove what? Their valor and their power over the children of Israel. But right. Then how you know it's not to celebrate us when they put it up there? Because in the next verse, Elder Lawya, it says, "Let us oppress the poor righteous man."
Exactly.
So it's not to celebrate the sister. It's so that she can be utilized to oppress the man. To keep the man under subjection in the next verse. So the tokens of their accolades they use is for political reasons. Right? So they're not celebrating the sisters. What they're doing is they're pacifying and claiming that they are actually honoring their contribution. But that's not what it is at all. They need to oppress the man. And they're willing to exalt the woman because the woman isn't a threat to their power. That's number one. But that just came to me as you brought that forth. I seen that
Yes,
line
sir.
right up under there, and I'm like, hold up, we can't skip that one.
Absolutely. That's key.
That's key. Why now you're honoring black women as if you care about them? At the same time, you're kicking them out of their houses, pulling their Section 8 vouchers, making it where there's no jobs for them. And then going to just erect a statue as if you respect what they've contributed to help your power, to help you stay in power. Right? What's the next one, Elder Lawyer?
Yes, sir. The book of 1 Maccabees, chapter 3, verse number 48. So it says here, and laid open the book of the law. Again, this is talking about the oppressor, wherein the heathen, the Gentiles, had sought to paint the likeness of their images, meaning the likeness of their gods. So they opened up our books, our records, the Torah, the Tanakh, and began painting images of their gods. But now here's the question. When they painted images of their gods, the question is, what did these gods look like? Did they look like Fred Sanford? Did they look like Lamont from Sanford and Son? Did they look like Wesley Snipes? Did they look like Malcolm X, Khalid Muhammad? Absolutely not. They looked like the same exact oppressors who oppressed us. They looked like Alexander. They looked like Seleucid, Ptolemy, and the others who were complicit in the conquering of the children of Israel under Alexander the Greek. In other words, they looked like the oppressor, Esau. So what this does is this, obviously, when you open up the book and you now see their images, what happens? You now start to see them as what? As God. You see them as Zeus. You see them as Jupiter. Or in this case, you see them as Moses. You see them as Abraham. You see them as Isaiah, Hosea, Jeremiah, Peter. Even Jesus Christ is being represented as what? A Gentile. So what does that do for the children of the Gentiles? When they see these images, they are instilled with what? A level of pride, a level of dignity that we can never even imagine, right? So what does this have to do with this image? Well, staying in the Apocrypha, let's go to the book of Sirach, chapter 19.
Hold on, let me get it here. Sirach 19. Yes, I'm there.
And we're going to go down to like the last two verses, I believe verse 27 and verse, in fact, let me get it here. Yes, Sirach chapter 19, verse number 29.
Yep.
Down to verse number 30.
A man may be known by his look, and one that have understanding by his countenance when thou meetest him.
Exactly.
A man's attire, excessive laughter, and gait show what he is.
So let's read that again, verse number 29. Now, we explained exactly what you feel when you see the images of the oppressor, his statues, his paintings, right? We understand what that instills in his children when they see it. But now what happens when we look at this particular statue that they erected? What do we see? What do we notice about the look of this statue? Let's read this again, verse 29.
A man may be known by his look, and one that have understanding by his countenance when thou meetest him.
So what look, or what do we gain from this look when we examine this statue? When you look at the sister's face, when you look at her posture, when you look at her countenance, what do you gain from this image? Well, the first thing you see outside of her, in fact, you can read verse number 30.
A man's attire and excessive laughter and gait show what he is. What you got
on. Outside of her attire, right? I'm not going to make any boast about her or make any statements about her attire. I'm not going to make any statements about her weight or anything of that nature, her hairstyle. I'm not going to make any of those images or any of those statements. But what I will state is, number one, when you look at her face, when you look at her posture, what do you gain from her posture? You see a woman that seems somewhat prideful, proud, haughty, and not just prideful and haughty, but prideful and haughty in being alone. When you look at the image, this is a woman by herself. No covering, no protection, no man, no husband, and proud to be this way. So as the elder stated, nobody asked for the statue to be put up. No sister requested for this to be their image or their representation. So why are they putting this up? Going back to what we were stating earlier, the world is getting prepared for warfare. The world is getting prepared for what? What the Bible calls Jacob's trouble. So a woman who stands with this look, who stands with this countenance, who stands with this posture, who stands with pride and haughtiness, where does she stand in the end of all this? When war starts to break out, when Jacob trouble starts to break out. And once you start to answer that question, you start to get a step closer to understanding why it was in their benefit to put out such a statue or such an image of a woman being strong, prideful, and haughty all by herself. And with that, I conclude.
Man, you hit the nail on the head, but I'm going to go into the spiritual side of this also. But you hit it on the head. Real, you know, but it's something, I'm going to add to it. Let me put it that way. Okay. But
yes, sir.
At first they were showing the image that even Elder Rawchaa showed earlier, how sisters were put together. They didn't have too much money going to the UK and all that, but they were always put together. They looked good. They would have on nice clothes. They took pride in their image. They trained up the daughters to make sure their image was clean. Right? But now at the end of this particular image is the final masterpiece of what they intended. Right? So they just putting it there, even though sisters didn't ask for this. Right? They used to show us with family, even when we were struggling. Good times. The woman was always there with the strong man, even if they were struggling. Then they started phasing in time where the man had been phased out and the family was the woman with children. And at the end of it, it's the woman alone. But what does it represent? A matter of fact, I wrote this down because I forgot another lesson that I said I'm going to do in the Hebrew and Bible Academy. Babylon, the mother of harlots. That's going to be in the academy, that whole chapter. That whole chapter, near the end of the academy, the next one, Babylon, the mother of harlots. Right? Is the mother of harlots, or the spirit of the harlot that sit on many waters, is that the spirit of the unrepentant Eve? Is that what Satan intended with Eve from the beginning? And it also goes into this image in the middle of Times Square, the capital of Babylon here in the United States. Shapat, you there? Thank you, Elder Lawya.
Yep, I'm here.
Yes, sir.
I'm listening.
Shapat. Now, I got a bone to pick because this character from over UK. Now, he's on your side of the neck of the woods, so I had to bring you in. Here it is, a news piece on this. Why does Thomas J. Price's monumental statue of a black woman in Times Square make people so mad? That's the question. And I'm going to tell you why people are mad. Sisters are tired of being the butt of their jokes.
Right.
Our sisters are hurting right now. And every time things calm down, they find something else to stoke a conversation that put them in the spotlight in a negative light. And let me tell you, all sisters aren't standing around mad at the world like this. And our sisters are tired of it. They're tired of it. And you know why they're doing this? Because I'm going to tell you what's going on. They want to stoke a divide again. Because after Biden lost, and our sisters started looking at this Democrat Party, starting realizing all the lies they told them, they're gonna forgive their debt and all this other stuff they were gonna do for black women. And our sisters are now calling them to task and see the Democrat Party has been an enemy the whole time. And our sisters are walking away and beginning to realize they were tricked and are trying to come back to their men. That's happening. I'm hearing some different conversation out there with our sisters who starting to say, I've even heard sisters say who couldn't even stand Kevin Samuels. Said, you know what? I can't stand him. But I believe a lot of what he was saying was trying to help us. I heard a sister say that, who still can't stand him. Sisters are coming around and realize that the Democrat Party and the government have been using them, and they're working their way back. So I believe they put stuff out like this to cause a wedge again, so that there's no healing between the black man and the black woman. That's what I think, because you put this image here only if you what? Only if you know that there are going to be black men and others out there attacking it. So you need to tell me about this satanic clown from the UK. Let me pull him up here. And you believe he's a coolie, an East Indian, right?
Just the initial look. I mean, you really can't go off looks, and who am I as bright as I am? I have the nickname, the light skin, but there's there's an
Indian tinge to him.
Yeah, and there's general rules for a reason. Of course, there's exceptions to the rules, but yes, a lot of people don't know. And if you want to get some ideas on the background on Jamaica and the makeup of Jamaica, they have a phrase, out of many, one people. That is not just because of Benjamin being so loving and caring and all of that good stuff, but in Jamaica, there is many people, okay? You have the corner shops. I mean, in the UK, our corner shops are predominantly East Indians and Asians that will be operating those. The corner shops in Jamaica are Chinese owned. So you go to the China shop. I was so shocked and surprised when I was there. I'm hearing patois, and lo and behold, I get to to pay for the stuff, and it's a Chinese man, a Chinaman, as is referred to in Jamaica. But anyway, I'm getting to the point. I'm saying all that to say there are many nationalities in Jamaica. Okay, they are the minority, but there is this thing, and there's nothing wrong with it. But there is this thing. Certain demographics in Jamaica referred to as coolie. And what that means is, like they're doing now in America, and they're doing again in the UK, we brought this out in the academy, where they're having the UK and India made an agreement to say, hey, cool, bring East Indians to the UK, and they don't have to pay any tax or national insurance contributions. It's a form of income tax. Don't have to pay it, okay? Don't have to pay it. Just flood the UK with more, unskilled, however you want to politically term it, people from India. So back to this guy. There's a certain look. It looks quite strange. I could be totally wrong. But what's strange, or the pattern that emerges when we spoke briefly out earlier today, and when I was trying to find out some information on this individual, crickets. And it's starting to give the vibes, it's giving Kamala Harris. And go check out Candace Owens' series, brothers and sisters, if you haven't already, on Kamala Harris, quote unquote, father being from Jamaica. Sure, he might have been born there. Sure, he might have Jamaican citizenship, but there are Irish Jamaicans, there are Chinese Jamaicans, there are East Indian Jamaicans, for which Kamala Harris belongs to and pertains to, and I could almost bet money that this individual probably does too. What does that have to do with anything? Nothing. But he don't have
He don't
He don't have
have
skin in the game.
He don't have exactly. He don't have the cultural sachet to have an opinion in shaping the art for our people.
Right,
So,
and that's why,
yeah.
thank you. And that's why I referenced the Windrush, because in some of the articles on this sculptor, this artist, and some of the articles when you read about it, okay, they mention, there's paragraphs, right? And there's not even a whole sentence. There's like 2 words about his blackness, that he has Jamaican heritage or his father is Jamaican. Doesn't say he's black.
So but see, that's an ambiguity, like they call Kamala Jamaican. So 9 times out of 10, this is the Babylonian agent that's put in place to dictate things through our culture.
Right.
And that's another thing, because nothing is going on with their people. That's what, and that's what I keep telling people. Why are they all up in our mix and worried about us? Listen, go make something with a dot on its head. And with your people. Why are you always, you know why they focus on us, folks? Because nothing exists without us. And I want to pull it. Listen, and how do you know this dude is the enemy? Anytime you see Black Lives Matter, that's a code word right there, folks. Price said the large number of exhibitions featuring Black British artists, this guy's not even from America, such as Entangled Past, Life Between Islands, Get Up and Stand Up Now, and In the Black Fantastic, had set a new standard for representation, triggered by the Black Lives Movement in 2020, when they started tearing all of the statues down in the midst of that bogus march that had nothing to do with standing for George Floyd, celebrating the death of Black men, is the esoteric meaning behind that whole thing. And what happened in Britain? This opened a gate for him. The gates opened up so wide that the breadth and depth of British culture was seen, and you can't close that up again. It can go back to where it was. It can't go back to where it was. Recognition propping up these images to disrupt the social climate intentionally.
Right.
Now, he gonna come over here with that hot mess. They run Kamala from that hot mess. This guy could be, allegedly, he could be an agent. Stirring up some stuff over here. Take that statue back with you. These pagans. Now, here's the piece, Shapat. Here is the piece, Elder Lawya, Elder Shapat. Here is the piece that I wanted to show you all. So you think that he, really, when you looked him up, there's really no history on this guy, as if he was plucked out of one of those Indian huts over there in India somewhere, or Pakistan somewhere.
Someone in his lineage, probably, but even that to the side, just like the pieces you mentioned, the fact that his catalyst for doing these sculptures of a certain style of woman, all his sculptures are like this, okay, multiple different ones. He chooses a form that he follows. He has a type, and that's why I want to go back to that point in his artistry, his so-called artistry, which his form of art is not canvas, he's doing sculptures. Fine. He's inaccurate. In some of the articles, it mentions the fact that he's using the Windrush, merging that with the Black Lives Matter and all this other stuff, right? So historically, that's why I wanted to put those images there. You can all Google it in your own time. If you don't know, if you're not part of that history, right? You can Google that in your own time and see historical photos of what people looked like, and in particular, those from the Windrush generation, what they looked like, how they carried themselves, like the scriptures Elder Lawya went over, you know, one's look and gait. You can tell how someone is from their appearance. It's true what this modern world says, you know, first impressions is everything. You're not supposed, man, you know, your clothes don't maketh the man, but there is some truth to that. When you do put on a suit, that's why certain jobs certain industries require you to wear a shirt and tie, because you do feel different when you have to button up a shirt and put on a tie, right? It kind of forces you to carry yourself a certain way.
Yeah.
So that's why I wanted to show and set the record straight with the historical images of how our people were, still are, but the default was that. That was the standard, and they have slipped significantly.
So there's an esoteric meaning, I think, that's behind this. They're celebrating the total destruction of the woman.
Yes.
Now I'm gonna show you how we're gonna do this. Where is this image? This image so happens to be Elder Lawya, and I'm bringing you back in. I got you there, Elder Lawya, and Elder Shapad. I need y'all to check this out. This image so happens to be in Times Square, New York. Now, what is the famous statue in New York? The Statue of Liberty. And I'm going to show you esoterically how they are actually celebrating the fall of liberty. How many of you knew, Elder Lawya, that in France holds the first statue that was the Statue of Liberty, but that was a black woman? A lot of people don't know that this on the left was the first Statue of Liberty that they mimicked, even though they're saying that there's some people saying that this is the face of Leonardo da Vinci, that this might be a trans thing going on right here. Some conspirators out there. How many people know that the original Statue of Liberty was made? This Statue of Liberty was made after the image of a black woman. They copied this and sent this over to the United States. Now, I need you to look at the grace, the clothing. I need you to look at the class and the femininity that you see with the original lady. And what they're saying is, you know, a lot of their secret messages, we were able to what? Successfully accomplish moving her from here to here. This is your new Lady Liberty. Let's read. The original Statue of Liberty, let me get it here. Hold on. Here it is right here in France, folks. The original Statue of Liberty was a black woman. A lot of people didn't know this. The Statue of Liberty that we have in the harbor, it states, hold on. Excuse me, the computer wigging out. 1 second. Let me do it this way. This computer ain't working right. The Statue of Liberty that we have in the harbor in New York City was the idea of a French abolitionist. He wanted to give the United States the statue as a gift, one for the relationship between France and the United States, but also commemorate the 13th Amendment and the victory of the Union in the Civil War. It's all about us, folks. Need y'all to see this. In the Civil War, if the original image was a woman with features that would be associated with people of African descent, I am not completely sure of right now. I have to continue to do the research. I do know that the original image was rejected by New York City, and the sculptor went back to the drawing board and used his mother as a subject for creating the image that we now see. So they didn't want a black image at a time where they were oppressing our people, so you couldn't do that. So they took this and put a white face on it. That's something that's reoccurring over and over again. Right? And then it states, so it goes into it, the fact that, in a nutshell, this was the original image, grace and power, that they copied the Statue of Liberty from. And now, after years and generations of work, here is the representation. Right? Accomplishing what? Destroying liberty. At a time where the Bible tells you the 10 horns is going to make her naked and burn her with fire. So now they must what? They must promote America at its lowest in their view. The negative images from Europe have now they're doing what? They're saying there's no more luster left with the Lady of Liberty. Now, on another way of looking at this, Elder Lawya, it was liberty that destroyed us. Being liberal destroyed us. So since we wanted liberty, they gave us liberty. Elder Lawya, let's go to Sirach, the 26th chapter real quick. Sirach, the 26th chapter.
All right. Yes, sir. Let me get it here. Sirach 26.
And I need you to read, if you will, the 9th verse.
Yes, sir. The book of Sirach, chapter 26, verse number 9.
Read.
The whoredom of a woman may be known in her haughty looks and eyelids.
Elder Lawya, without even saying anything, when you look at this image, it gives haughty. Being alone and still don't care. Prideful. I'm good alone. When our sisters are suffering. They want to immortalize the work they've done to utterly destroy the woman. The whoredom of a woman may be known in her haughty looks and her eyelids. Listen to this. If what?
If thy daughter be shameless, keep her in straitly, lest she abuse herself with overmuch liberty.
What will destroy the woman? Abusing herself with overmuch liberty. That's how you destroy a nation. That's how you destroy your people. Allow your daughters to be loose. Liberty is the fall of Babylon. And that in a nutshell is what this represents. From here to there, everything they do has secret meaning. Liberty have destroyed America. Liberty allows someone to do what? They incentivizes bad behavior. The world powers incentivizes bad behavior and allow a woman to be what? Free in her prime, only to have nothing waiting on the other side of it. And I believe that's what they are immortalizing here, the fall of America through liberty. But why the black woman in particular? Why not the white woman? Because the world take cues from us. That's why. There was a standard our women always had, that even white people, white women knew they couldn't go but so far, because they didn't want to be what? Compared less than the classy black woman, like the pictures we showed, like Chapat showed earlier. Even kept white women who had all these lustful and sinful thoughts, it kept them in line because they didn't want to be compared less than the virtuous black woman that was going to church. Like the women you see being sprayed during the civil rights movement and all that. Guess what? The white women were envious of not just the natural shape and beauty of our women. It didn't even allow them to exercise their sinful thoughts, because what? They would have been accused in comparison to the black woman. So the black woman, in essence, was keeping everyone in check. And if the black woman is loose, it gives white women and other people the license to be loose. Because they don't want to be looked upon as less than the black woman publicly. Liberty is death. All right. Now let me see how this is going to work. And Elder Lawya, there's a few people that have some opinions out there. I don't know if I have time for it. There's a few people with some opinions out there concerning this. Right? And I don't share this opinion. But let's hear what some of the people out there are saying concerning the image.
Black women are art. Whether she had an afro puff or a dress on with a push-up bra, she's still gonna be there. They chose us before they put a 12-foot man. That's good.
That's good. They chose us before a 12-foot man. Now I'm just listening to this. I'm not going to oppose what she's saying. These are her true thoughts. I don't need to be in opposition. She's saying this is good because they chose a 12-foot black woman before a black man. This is good.
They would have never did that. New York is really lit. I love my city. I love my city. We used to have colonizers and slave owners as statues. On 14th Street, Union Square, and 42nd Street, they had George Washington, Abraham Lincoln. We yanked them bitches down. Now there's George Floyd and that black lady. Love it. Anytime somebody fixed their teeth to say something disrespectful about a black woman, is your statue there? I don't see a statue that look like you there. I'm cool with that statue. That's power. A lot of people love us. A lot of people love us. We fit the beauty standard. Companies love us. We make things shake. We make things sell. So yeah, put the statue up. Put some more. I don't give a damn if that lady was missing a leg, if she was in a wheelchair. She's me. I'm black, and I'm proud.
And you know how sometimes if you sleep on something long enough.
You know what it is? It's sad. It's sad. But the Most High, slowly but surely, is bringing things around full circle. You understand? And it's to a point where it's not even about bringing an opposing view anymore. It comes a time where the fighting must stop, and that we're tired of the same old circular conversation that comes without any resolve at the end of it. Let it be.
Right. Right.
Babylon want to fall? Let it fall. Don't fight against it no more. Let it fall. At the end of the day, men have to stand in their righteousness according to the power the Most High have given them as men, not just as men, but men who was given dominion through the authority of God by following his law. Now men must do what? Up themselves to the standard where there's certain people he won't deal with. Men or women. Okay? And if women isn't going to, because women are saying they want a God-fearing man. Yes, okay. Men should be God-fearing. But then, what is the requirements on her side? A man is God-fearing. Now you can hold him to what he's doing wrong, right? Because there's laws he must uphold according to God. So you love a God-fearing man because you know there's boundaries in place in which you'll keep him. But what about a God-fearing woman? A God-fearing woman submits to a man. So we can't have it one way. If women truly want a God-fearing man, they must become submissive. It's quite that simple, because that's what God requires of her. Liberty, you're destroyed. It's done. Okay, real quick, we're going to open up the calls now, not the calls. Text 515-888-2759. Text. If you text your number and your name, your text comes up, we call you. Let's bring in the first call, Greg from Green Bay, Wisconsin. How you doing, Greg?
Is this Brother Rawchaa?
This is Brother Rawchaa, Green Bay, Wisconsin. What say you?
Yeah, we talked before. We talked before about a year ago.
How can I help you? You're live on the broadcast.
I'm live on the broadcast.
Yes,
well,
sir.
You know, I always be watching, and I know what you're saying and all the things that when I'm listening and in my own personal life, when I'm experiencing, it comes like with no doubt in my mind that we are in them times and that we are from that stockage from Judah. And I've been in a battle right now. And last time I spoke to you, I was telling you how alone I felt, and you told me I wasn't alone, brother.
I remember, but let's keep it on topic. Talk to me. What you got to say on the topic tonight?
Wow. You know, I kind of stopped watching the program for a minute because I watch it afterwards.
Okay.
So I just kind of lost track. And I got off into something else. But you hitting me up like this is just confirming more and more to me, and it's giving me more hope. And I want to be a part of the body. I want to be able to get baptized. I want to be able to socialize and be with the crew. That's my dream and my admiration.
Okay.
I have nothing much else to say because I don't want to hold up the broadcast.
Hold on, Greg. Let me take down your number again. Hold on. Don't say anything. I'm going to have your rock call you tomorrow, okay?
Man, I appreciate it. This is such of a blessing. Hey, I love your songs, man.
Thank you.
I love them. I love your songs.
All praise be to the Most High. We got a new album coming soon.
I love them, and I can't wait to get that call. I don't want to sound goofy, but I appreciate this, bro. And and I pray for you in the spirit to keep on moving like a soldier. And I got to be a part of it. I have nothing else. I have to be a part of this body in these times.
Well, it's going to happen, my brother. It's going to happen. Bless you.
Thank you, man. I appreciate the call, man.
All right. Thank you.
Later.
Blessings. All praises. We'll make sure we reach out to the brother tomorrow. I'm going to bring in Sister Renee. Renee, I'm about to bring you in. All right, Sister Renee, I'm bringing you in now. Then I'm bringing in Sister Tanisha. If you want to come in, just text, and I'll make sure we'll call you in queue.
Hello.
How you doing, Renee?
Hey.
Okay, you're live on the broadcast. What say you? I see you have a question about being submissive.
Yes.
Okay.
I have a major question about being submissive. I need your help.
Okay, what is the question?
Okay. The question is, I am 40 years old. I'm old now. But I got with my husband when we were 18 and he was 19. And I'm not going to say I didn't have any standards, but my standards at 18 are not what they are at 40. They're just not. I'm a totally different person. I didn't know the world, to be honest. I was in the 11th grade, smoked a bunch of weed, was a stupid teenager, to be honest. And so was he. Now, fast forward, we have 6 children, okay, with the youngest being 1 year old and the oldest being 16. And we had a lot of responsibility. Well, he's not in Christ. He doesn't want to do this walk with me, so I have to be spiritual leadership. He's battling with porn, which opens up a bunch of portals around here that has access to our children. And it's just I'm having a hard time. I don't want to divorce him because I know what the Bible and Yahweh says about that. So I just want him. I don't want to say, I want him to follow Christ, but I know that that's not my decision. And I just, Elder, I feel like I'm paying for a decision I made when I was a child, and that child is long gone now, but I don't want to leave him. And I don't think it's fair. But even though I don't think it's fair, I don't want to leave my husband. I just need him to grow up because we're 40 years old now. What do you think?
Okay, well, that's, I can understand that assessment. Okay, and we can't make no excuses for him doing wrong, right? But let's talk about you real quick.
Okay.
Right? Because I'm hearing this a lot. And I'm hearing this a lot from women who chooses to divorce their husband.
Okay.
What I hear is, I was a kid back then. I didn't really know what I wanted, but now, quote unquote, I'm a different person. Sister, No, you're not. You're the same person. You're just older. And the reason why I'm pushing back at that thought process is because people are using that to say the person that married him is a different person, which absolves me from actually being with you because I'm different now. So I'm not truly married to you because that was a different person. So this is how people.
I'm not saying I'm not married to him.
No, sister, listen. I'm talking about generally what's out there. When you hear these conversations, I'm talking about you. Move you to the side real quick.
Okay.
Sometimes we repeat what's out there. I've heard women say this, I outgrew him. Yes. Countless women I hear, when we were young, that was different, but we just grew apart. It's the same. These are the same conversations phrased differently. We grew apart. I'm a different person, right? And all of this, right?
Right.
But this is what it is. You're not a different person. You're the same person. That's number one. Number two, there's no excuse for what he's doing if he's sinning against you. But there's scriptures on how to deal with that. So when you ask, what you're asking in a nutshell is this. So that I don't have to take too long with it. We'll get to the scriptures. What you're saying is, am I supposed to submit to a man who isn't worthy for submission? Of my submission.
Correct.
Right?
Correct. That is correct. Because how? If I am supposed to, how? Because the decisions that he's making, because he doesn't worship God, the decisions are tainted, and sometimes they're life-threatening. Sometimes they're detrimental. And so how
okay, give me the life-threatening ones, because that's important.
Okay. So the last one that happened, it wasn't last night, it was night before last. He's a mama's boy, okay?
Sister, this is what I can't allow as a man. And I'm going to tell you why I can't allow you, even if it's true, to speak disparagingly about your husband. Not because I'm defending him. It's what it says about you. Right? If you can speak, I'm going to make it clear to you. If you can speak publicly by disparaging your husband, which is your cover, right? Then you are a woman without protection. And if people see this, that you are a woman without protection, you and your family are vulnerable. You think what you're saying is right, and it could be, but you're leaving yourself vulnerable to be attacked, you and your family. You have a Bible with you?
I have one on my phone.
Okay, let me read this for you. You just write this down. Right or wrong, you have a responsibility to keep the integrity of your house intact, to show strength even if there's weaknesses in your home. That's your responsibility. If you show a weak husband or you promote that towards the world, you're telling the enemy how vulnerable you are. And you'll give them access to destroy you and the family. Right? Let me read this real quick, if I will. You ready?
Yes.
All right. And I'm not making no excuses for him. We can deal with what he's doing wrong. Right? But that's no excuse. Now listen, we can deal with what he's doing wrong. But that's no excuse to weaken your hedge. You can't do that. The Bible tell you this. Sirach 26:13. The grace of a wife delighteth her husband, and her discretion will fatten his bones. So his weaknesses, you're not supposed to ever say that publicly before the world, especially to a stranger.
Okay.
That's wrong. Right? That's wrong. Even if what you're saying is true. Because why does it says in the Bible, here's wisdom, that it fattens your husband's bones? Even though it might not be time for the Most High to bring him around now, your husband can come around. Now, suppose he come around, and instead of people seeing him in the power the Most High have now blessed him with, they have what? Audio saying what he was doing in secret before the Most High called him to work by his own wife. Now he have to carry that shame when you should have protected him. And I'm sure there's things out there about you that you don't want out there in the streets that he knows about, but he respect and love you enough not to put it out there. So this is about being honorable, sister. And this is no making no excuse for him. But you have to be honorable because he's still your man. He's still your covering. You got that?
Yes.
Okay. Because in the next verse it reads, a silent and loving woman is a gift of the Lord. And there's nothing as much worth as a mind well instructed. So let's talk about it real quick. He's a man that's not following the Bible right now. Okay. But I'm going to give you an idea or something that you probably didn't know probably existed. Did you ever come to the thought, sister, that you can be one of the reasons he didn't come to the Most High yet?
How so?
Listen, if I'm a man in all my imperfections and I'm paying my rent and I'm looking after my family and doing the best I can, but I'm not getting the respect that's warranted for all I've sacrificed for my home. Only for a man with a Bible to go online who can garner more respect than I'm getting in my home from my wife. Sisters, I've had conversations with men who came around and they didn't come in because they didn't like the fact that their wife respected me, Elder Rawchaa, more than them. And I'm not paying your rent. I'm not looking over your family. So you have to start looking at this, sister, that sometimes all you have to do is respect a man. Even if he don't see eye to eye with this trip you're on right now, or with this road the Most High I've given you. Let me show you. I'm going to give you one more example of that, okay? And then we can talk about him, but we talk about him privately, like you would wish to be talked about when it comes to the negatives or the indiscretions you don't want the world to hear. Right?
Okay.
So the Bible says, okay, suppose I have an unbelieving husband, right? Because that's what you have, right?
Yes, correct.
All right. And the reason I'm putting this out there, sis, is because really the churches aren't teaching this. When you go in the Christian church, they allow people to just act out with no laws in place, no integrity or honor in place. Right? And that's why I have to be here. I'm not here to reprimand or correct you. What I'm saying, sister, will strengthen you. This will strengthen your family. Okay? Now, a lot of these pastors, they don't mind hearing something negative about your husband, because if they can shake you away from your husband, they understand that women control what? The purse. So a lot of these pastors will allow you to say anything you want about your husband because at the end of it, he won't get in the way of them coming after your money. They love single women in the churches because because women are the controllers over the purses. Right? Let me read this. And I need you to, sister, if you can, make sure even go back and write these down. Right?
I got the first one. I have Sirach.
All right.
26.
Thank you, sister. Thank you. I appreciate you. And I'm not reprimanding you or anything. I'm just giving you some insight you probably didn't receive before. That's all. As a teacher. All right?
Okay.
Because I'm not saying he's right. But we're not going to allow him being wrong turn you wrong. Okay?
Okay.
When you go into the book of Corinthians, right? It says, 1 Corinthians 7:13, this is you right here, out of the Bible. And the woman which haveth a husband that believeth not. That's you, right?
Correct.
And if he be pleased to dwell with her, let her not leave him. Do he still want to be with you?
I'm not sure.
Did he tell you he want to divorce you?
Not verbally.
Okay, so until he tell you, y'all still in the same house, right?
Correct.
Are you thinking about going to him and try to get back under his graces by apologizing for some of your actions?
I wouldn't know what to apologize for.
Well, in my frustration, honey, I said something privately about you that I shouldn't be saying to strangers.
If I'm going to talk practically, I probably would never have said this if my face was shown or if his face was shown.
No, sister, but I'm saying, I'm not, you're still anonymous. I don't know who you are.
Right.
But when you put something out there in the world, that's still everything. We will give an account of every word uttered according to the word of God on the day of judgment.
Correct.
So it went somewhere, even if you don't think you are affecting him negatively. Sister, you should never say anything for the rest of your life negative about your husband to other people. And maybe you'll get a more mature man who respects you because he's garnering respect from his wife who's submitting to him. Right?
I'm trying to understand.
Okay, well, it's okay. Because sometimes I'm going to tell you what, let me tell you, you talk, and you keep saying things, and he's not listening no more. And then guess what? Even though you're right, now that love turns into a level of vitriol, resentment, and it comes out, which is unfair. It's unfair to you, right?
Right.
Because you tried to get to him and it seemed like he isn't budging. Well, okay. Still stay submissive. Still be the woman the Most High made you to be. Because the scriptures tell you what happens if you're like that. If you become hard as stone and he's hard as stone, and we're living in a time, sister, where you two going to need each other. There's no new man out there that's invested decades who's going to see you as he sees you.
Correct.
Every wart, everything that's negative, even when you grew older, you still look like that younger woman because there's no difference to him because he's seen you at that age. But when you present yourself for the world, brand new, you're expecting someone to see you as he's seen you. No, these men out here didn't grow with you.
Right.
They're not going to respect that young girl that grew into a mature woman that outgrew her husband. They're not going to see that. Okay? They're just going to see an opportunity of an older woman who doesn't have the same opportunities that you would have had 2 decades ago.
Correct.
And then he's gone, and he'll finally become the man that you've been waiting for and go get someone else. And now greater resentment comes into play. So sometimes you have to fix what you got. Let me read it. For the unbelieving husband is sanctified by the wife. Even though he's not right and he's doing wrong, you're still praying for him. Just like Job did for his wife and children who are dead wrong. And the unbelieving wife is sanctified by the husband. Else were your children unclean, but now are they holy. The Most High hear your prayers. But don't hinder your prayers by dishonoring your husband. Allow the Most High to work with them.
Yes.
But now this is what it says. 17. But if the unbelieving depart, I mean, he gets up because you're doing all the right things and he leave anyway, and you know that you didn't do anything to drive him away and you did everything to keep your marriage together. But if the unbelieving depart, let him depart. Let him walk away if you're doing everything right. Because darkness have no union with light. And if you're being right and humble and loving and submissive, let me tell you, if he's not right, he's not going to be able to stay around you anyway. Either he's going to turn, his heart is going to soften and say, Lord, babe, I'm sorry for this. Now you're the woman I've always wanted. It's how you are that's going to allow him to turn around. You're not responsible for his negative actions. But how you are responding back to him isn't helping. Right? But if the unbelieving depart, let him depart. A brother or sister is not under bondage in such cases, but the Most High have called us to peace. And that's what's wrong. There's no peace amongst us anymore. The Most High called us to peace. You got it?
Yes.
All right. That's all I wanted to say. And if you want to, I can have a phone call. If your husband would like one day, he can sit down and have counsel with one of our the churches, and we can help if you need. You know?
Please.
All right. What city and state are you in?
Mobile, Alabama.
Mobile, Alabama. All right. So you know.
What's the number? I need it.
Hold on. We have some people down there. I'm gonna have somebody reach out to you.
Okay.
And I heard you say it Yahweh. His name is not Yahweh. The Most High's name is Ahaya.
Oh, Ahaya. Okay.
And let me have your name, Renee.
Renee A.G.
Okay. Okay. Send an email to GOCCSouth@yahoo.com too. Okay.
GOCC South.
GOCCSouth@yahoo.com. So we'll be able to allocate your number and your name. Just say you spoke with me, help with the marriage, and you would like someone to reach out. Okay. And that goes directly to Elder Lawya. Lawya will allocate it to where it's needed.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sister. You learned some wisdom tonight.
Yes.
Bless you.
Bye.
Blessings. Okay, we have someone coming on from the 318 area code, Ayana. And please do not call, text the number, and I'll bring you in according to queue. I see you there. I see we got 318-755-301, on and on and on and on, right? And let me do this also, just in case. One second. Messages. And I will also bring in the Zoom For those who can't call, within the United States, because the number is restricted for the United States. There's the Zoom for those who cannot call, all right? But in the meantime, I'm loving this new setup. I see your text here. Just text your name and wait in queue, and I'll call you. We are about to call. Let's go down here. We have Greg. We had him. I have a question about being submissive. We have Renee. And now we have Tanisha. Tanisha, I'm calling you now.
Elder.
How you doing?
Shalom.
Shalom, Tanisha. How are you? City and state? You in Detroit?
Yes, I'm in Detroit.
Okay, what say you? I'm going down to get through these calls tonight. What say you? How do you like the broadcast tonight? You have anything to say on this particular topic or whatever you would like to speak on? The floor is yours.
Thank you. That picture says a lot. The club, the elites, know exactly what this picture means. We're the ones always falling for the trickery, the witchcraft. We think power to us. And this picture have a whole meaning, maybe a few different ones. Like behind her is an ad that says a race is changing. The LG ad, life's good, always changing on the side of her, then a sister. But we are changing if we let them. They changing our DNA from the Jim Jones juice, the food, the water, the air, the medicine. It's all tainted. They've been trying to change us from time. Also, we have changed. We went from the first Statue of Liberty, modest, knowing who we are, to skin tight, yelling Black Power, and we think is power to us, but we're the ones being laughed at. So that picture actually makes me really mad, and I just want us to come back to know who we are, dressing modest, showing the world like who we are. We are the shyest people.
Okay, sister, and how old are you?
I am 35.
Okay. Can you do me a favor? Do not call the phone. Text your phone number and I'll call you right back. Text. Okay. No, not you, sister. I'm talking to the people out there. They're calling the number. Do not call the number. Text the number. I will not pick up if you call. You must text your name and we'll call you back according to the queue. All right? If you call, you see this? It says right here, text. Right there, text. Text, do not call. AC, I need you to put do not call on the next sign. Text. Sister, how old are you?
I'm 35.
You're 35. You're married?
I am engaged.
Well, congratulations. So when you see this image they've placed up here, this guy from UK all up in our business who have nothing to do with nothing. Sisters didn't ask for this and now they're being attacked because of it. Mm-hmm. Only thing they're doing is stoking a fire that leads to more provocation and driving a wedge between black men and black women. They can't stop at it. Get out of our face.
Exactly.
And if sisters knew better, they would go down there. Sisters should have all came together and pulled this statue down like you've seen them pulling down statues during Black Lives Matter. Sisters should have went down there and pulled this crap down. Mm-hmm. Because this doesn't represent the totality of the daughters of Zion.
Nope, it doesn't. And it's sad. Just like the music videos, and we don't ever get any type of respect. And it's just time for an end. It's time for an end. It's time to come back, live under the laws of the Father, and do what we're supposed to do.
Absolutely. I appreciate you, sister. And you stand strong, and it's because of sisters like you that the daughters of Zion's image is actually beginning to clean up. We can't do anything about the sexy reds and others, the plants they put out there to sully your image. But following the Most High and having a voice, because we used to have women speak up against the women that were making them look bad. And we need more of those. It seemed like the Jezebels have silenced the good women. And it's time for the sisters to have a voice and say, no, no more. I remember sisters used to put sisters out of cookouts. And cookouts are outside. Sisters come there with the wrong stuff pushed up with a pair of Dukes on or something, and they man around. And they sitting there, oh no, not around here you ain't. Okay, how can you, we outside and sisters coming together, putting people out of, sisters used to make other sisters feel ashamed. To a degree, they would shame them out of any social environment if they didn't come dressed right. Now that's the other way around. The good sisters feel that they have to lower their standards and lower their spirit and lower everything to fit in with the bottom. And it's time we switch that up, sisters. And sisters like you can do just that. And it starts with the daughters. And I'm going to say this, in all due respect, right? And I know people can run their house like they run it. I'm not over no one's house. But no way in Hades. And my son is the same way. I got a grown son. Richard III. Grown son. He's the same way. I don't care what you think. You're not putting no new stuff in my daughter's hair. I don't care how much she feel about it. I don't care what. She's going to learn to love herself and enjoy what the Most High blessed her with when it comes to her beautiful hair.
Praises, because that's how they attack us.
Yes, and that's how my granddaughter is right now. My son is the same. Like, listen, you're not going to what? You're not going to move your insecurities down to the next generation. You know that stuff pulls the hair out and all that, and how insecure it makes you feel standing before a mirror, knowing how you used to be, and now you're only a shell of your beauty, when the Bible says, what? The beauty of a woman is her hair. So it starts with the daughters. Sisters have to break the curse. I don't care if that's what now women have to do, because what? They have to cover their hair because of, the damage, whatever the case is. But if you know it damaged you, you have to now do what? Make sure it never happens to the next generation of girls. Ever. Get these Asian people up out of here. Up in our neighborhoods with that stuff. And it takes the women standing up. Even if the daughters want it. No. I don't care. I remember, listen, and we need to get back to that. I remember sisters would sit on the steps getting their hair done. Their mother was doing their hair and all these others. Even if it's an hour or two. Plaiting or whatever. Putting that blue, what they call that, blue magic grease up in there.
Yeah, blue magic.
That blue magic grease up there, sitting there, and you should see how natural and strong our sister's hair was. Then the Asians come here with their hot mess. And this is not to talk down on sisters who have different fashions and okay. But we have to understand when something is becoming a detriment to our young sisters. They believe that if they don't have that stuff in, they're ugly. And it's wrong.
It was actually a study done on the perms, how it damages our brain.
Well, yeah, that's I don't want to go into the whole science of it. I just want to say where you're going with it is that sisters have to now stand to break the generational curse. Yes. Because, listen, I'm looking right here at a statue. You mean to tell me that he couldn't put natural hair on a statue? So this demon right here is dead wrong, and he know he's wrong. This demon here. They always have these racially ambiguous Indians coming over, pressing on our people, calling themselves black. And we tired of it already. Brothers are saying it over and over. We don't want this stuff no more. But yet the left, the Satanists continue to push the divide. All right, sister, you can let yourself go. Let me get the next call, okay? Great call.
Thank you. Bye.
You're welcome. Someone says, please help. Please help. What's going on there? All right, I seen someone tried to come in through Zoom and went back out. So if you try to come in through Zoom, I'll bring you in. And some of this stuff is okay sometimes. Okay? But when it becomes the normal thing where it's 24/7 and it's not the exception but the rule, that's when things become a problem. Right? Let me see here. All right, the next person, please help. Who's this? 1 second.
Who the fuck is that? Oh, okay.
Okay, can't be cursing. This is a gathering of Christ Church here.
Hey, Elder Rawchaa, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. Come on, man. You got to watch that mouth, man.
I'm sorry, man. I be having things going on, and I don't trust everybody coming to my house, and my neighbor just popped up. Don't nobody usually come.
Brother, we got a family show going on.
My elder. I've been studying with these people for like 15, 16 years. This is the first time I ever spoke with you, brother.
How you doing, my brother? Doing good?
Oh, man, I started with you guys from YouTube, bro. Oh, man, it's a blessing to hear your voice and hear you on my phone and not on a video. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you so very much.
Well, come on, brother, because I got a lot of calls and texts. Please,
I'm live? I'm sorry.
You alive. If you're going to come in the queue, please text, and we'll call you back through the text line, all right? All right, talk to me.
Elder, if you can just, I'm from Jacksonville.
Okay.
I know it's a church in maybe Tampa or Orlando.
Yeah.
My wife has never been baptized before, and I've been baptized, but I want to be baptized with her in the true name of the Most High.
Okay.
Now that I have the understanding. So if you can call me back or send me a message and link me up with somebody, that'll be well.
Okay. Let me have your name again.
My name is Demetric Thomas.
Hold on.
It may say Demetric Muller, but my name is Demetric Thomas. Man, I'm so grateful and so thank you. And can I give a shout out real quick, Elder, if you don't mind?
Go ahead.
I want to shout out to all the elders in the church. Gabar, Shapop, Elder Lawya, even you, Elder. And I can't remember his name. The elder that does the media. Shout out to him.
Rawchaa.
Man, may the Most High bless all you guys. You guys have brought me from a long way. And I desire the spirit. That Elder Lawya has. I pray for it all the time. His humbleness and his meekness from the beginning, that he had the little twists in his head. I desire how he follows and the way that he came. I desire that same spirit. And I want to be a part of the church. I want to be a member, and I will humble myself as I saw Elder Lawya humble himself. and we probably the same age. But
well, brother, I'll tell you what. We're going to take calls based on the topic, but I wrote your number down. Elder Fernell will be calling you up by tomorrow. Is that good?
Man, thank you so much. And may the Most High bless everyone who's listening, and bless the family and all those who want to get baptized, and accordingly to the elders who the Most High established to set us up to come into the fold and the family.
Well, praise the Most High. Praise the Most High.
Thank you so much, brother.
Bless you, my brother. You can hang up, right?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Lionel?
Hello, sir. It's good to hear from you.
Where you from?
PG County, Maryland. I'm over here in the Cheverly area. By Landover.
Okay. Let me tell the people again that's calling in anonymously. Okay? You can text and we'll call you back from the text line. If you call in directly, we will not answer because we're not going to put people who called in now over those who are in the queue. If you want to speak with the elders, text the phone number 445-888-2759, wait in queue, and we'll call you back. If you dial, you will not get in. Okay? Text only. What's your name, young man?
First name Lionel, last name G.
Lionel, how you doing? What say you?
Well, I was contacting you because I wanted to know if there was a close body out here in the DMV area that I can get to.
Absolutely, my brother. Absolutely. Hold on. How old are you?
30. 1994, June 4.
Oh, ain't that? You don't give me your birthday. 30 is good.
Oh, my bad.
All right. So you ready to be a soldier in Christ's army, huh?
Yeah, I had a run-in with the Satanists. That's what I wanted to discuss with you about.
You had the run-in with this. Oh, hold up. Let's back up. You had a run-in with the Satanists. Okay, what was this?
Oh yeah, definitely.
What was this interaction? What happened?
Okay, well, before I get into details, is it cool to speak the details on this platform, or is that going to lead to a restriction if I speak the facts, or?
You can speak the facts, and I will be the judge of whether or not what you're saying is above YouTube guidelines.
Okay, so this was officers, right?
Okay, what I need you to do is stand still. Don't be moving all around there because it's not good for broadcasting for you to be moving the same time we're talking.
Okay. So this was officers.
I'll wait.
This was officers.
I'll wait till you sit still.
Is that better?
Yes, talk to me.
Okay, so the Satanists, right? Okay, so when I was in their face, I was asking them, like, well, as officers, what make y'all, like, if I'm being cooperative to you, what makes you still act rowdy? Like, y'all would thank me for being cooperative, letting you search me. Like, if you pull me over, I give you my license. You do everything you're supposed to do, right? But then it feels like, or seems like the experience is they'll break the law on you. So now it's like, okay, so here's the Satanist.
Well, how do you know these officers were Satanists?
They actually said it. They actually said that the captain, I don't know, they go by lieutenant captain, I don't know what the officers kept saying.
What did they say?
Captain. So captain said, hey, well, you're gonna have to denounce your God or your Christ if you want us to stop doing you like this. We're gonna make your life a living hell. And I said, so are you telling me that you worshiping this Satan, you telling me that your reason is to force me to stop worshiping our God Ahaya, because they know Ahaya is, I guess this is what they was pointing out to me, right? So they kept acting like they already familiar with this Haya Yeshaya, but they're not saying that name to me. They keep we all hail Satan. We don't worship your God. You're gonna denounce your Christ to stop doing this. I say, okay, so what about everyone else? If y'all doing this to me, then what about everybody else in life? What about everybody else that believe in my same God, or my same God bless them? What y'all gonna do them the same way? So then they started.
So
What'd
now,
you say?
because they're not in your life daily, right?
Yeah.
They're non-consequential, right?
When you say non-consequential, what do you mean by that word? I don't understand that.
You don't have to see these people every day, so it doesn't matter if they worship Satan.
Oh yeah, that's good.
All right.
But my thing is, I was just trying to figure out at that moment what to do when they attack, when they shoot you, when they stab you, when they do all that. Here's how I made it out of that situation. And you get attacked. The Satanists, they pulled out a whip. I don't know how familiar people are with the whip. You remember the whip back in the day?
Okay, so
they
pulled out a whip on you, brother.
The long black whip.
Let me ask you, brother. Are you on drugs?
No. I'm trying to break down to you the experience with these people and what happened.
Okay, well, listen. The whole deal is what? Right now, obviously you got away, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so don't worry about them no more. You want to be baptized and you want to learn the path towards Christ, correct?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Definitely show them I am not serving Satan, never. I don't care what you do to me.
All right, brother. Hold tight. Hold tight. I mean,
okay.
So any marijuana play here?
Okay, and do y'all have like a
No, I'm asking you a question. You said a few days ago there was some marijuana play.
Oh yeah. What you want to know?
I want to know if there's some psychedelics and stuff in that, man. So you got to stop the marijuana.
Oh, okay.
Can you do that?
Definitely.
All right, okay, all right. So I'm gonna have AC reach out to you, and we're gonna make this work, brother. But I'm gonna tell you, you got to leave that stuff alone, because somebody you can, who knows? You take some of that stuff. There's interactions that go down that you think is happening. There's a lot of hallucinogens in that stuff too. So you have to be sober minded. You have to be sober minded if you're gonna do this work. All right.
Okay. One question.
Yeah.
You as an elder putting in this work for the Most High, have y'all ever ran into Satanists and experienced what I'm saying?
Not in particular, but I've ran into many Satanists. But they're nothing. When I say there's nothing, the God they serve cannot contend against our God. But all in all, we have converted people who once believed in Satan to believe in the true living Christ and renounce Satan. So the only power they got, brother, they have is the power you give them. So if I was you, I wouldn't speak about them. Who cares? They worship a lesser God. Okay? So
I agree.
So I got a brother that's going to call
I
you.
agree.
Stay strong. You can let yourself out, all right?
Okay, thank you, Elder. Appreciate it.
My brother. I have to take care of this real quick. 1 second. Hello? 267? Hello? 267? Can you hear me? Hello? Yeah, anyway. Going down. Greetings. Okay, 678 area code. Six, 7, 8 area code.
Greetings.
Greetings. This is Elder Rawchaa. Good evening. You're on live with the Gathered of Christ Church. Prophetic Policies against Judah is the topic. What say you?
Well, I was looking at the show a minute ago, and some of the I rock with the conscious community. I'm spiritual. I call the Most High Most High. I speak things into the universe as though they were. I don't believe in weakness being in the kingdom of God and the Most High. But this black statue that they have put in the Times Square, which everything has a significant meaning to it. Some people are digesting it as though their time is up, so they have to put something in the Times Square to let us know, that there is as well as a man God. I'm not caught into that. I'm just spiritual. But I came across your show on YouTube because that's all I do is I study. I became a warrior. I became hardened though. But I am adamant about getting my people together and uniting. It's time for us to start saving food, growing crops, teaching the kids skills. And we in this time now that, all the signs are out there for us. But, there's a remnant that's still asleep, and it's kind of hindering us because, they are trying to start race wars. They're doing so much to destroy us.
Hold on. Let's back this up. Because you're going into a whole soliloquy here, all right? Let's back up.
Yes, sir.
Your name?
I prefer to be called Wisdom.
Wisdom. How old are you, Wisdom?
I'm 55.
55. Okay. You're 55 years of age, and you said you're from the conscious community.
Yeah, well, I rock with the conscious community. I'm not from them. I rock with them. I rock with a lot of people.
When you say you speak things into the universe, what's that? How do you do that, and what produced from you speaking things into the universe?
I tapped into the power of how powerful words really are. They're like a seed. When you speak, it has to land somewhere.
No, so brother, I need you. Listening is an art, okay?
Yes.
All due respect, I need you to hear the words coming out of my mouth and respond to those. You say you speak things into the universe, right?
Yeah. Yes.
How do you go about that, and what's produced from it?
I don't know what to tell you, but I produce bear fruit because my heart is pure. You know, I mean well by everything that I do.
No, I ain't asked you about do you mean well. You said you because the reason I'm saying this, brother, because some people just talk to be talking.
I'm not.
Okay, so you have to be you have to be able to explain.
I don't have to put it in language, but I have experience.
Brother, listen. You need to listen and then respond. Is that okay? What does it mean with speaking things?
Next time, okay? Now go ahead. I'm a sister. I'm not a brother.
Oh,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, sister. I'm sorry. You got a deep voice. I apologize for that.
It's okay.
I apologize. What do you mean by speaking things into the universe, sister? I'm sorry about that.
Okay. Let me try to explain it again. Because I can't always put things into words. Because spiritual, when you walk in the spirit, you walk in the spirit and in truth. So everything can't be confined on one level when you're on a higher level of thinking. Now you're on a higher level of frequency, energy with the Most High, because He can take you from glory to glory. All I do is speak it. I stand in it. I believe it. And I say it plant on good soil and it take root. So I speak, I use my authority, the power that's within me.
Well, sister, what I'm saying is I cannot edify the body through what you're saying. You just speaking words.
Okay.
We can't do that. So this is what we can do though.
Okay.
You need to walk away from the conscious community. You need to learn again. You need to go to a church and learn the Bible, and we have one close to you.
Okay. Well, right? I'm in Atlanta, but let me say this to you, brother. I don't mean no harm to your wisdom, and I don't mean to cut your wisdom. But why should I go to a church and listen to what the Most High is telling them when I have to read for myself and get to understanding? Because He gonna tell him something different than He tell me. I'm confused with that.
I'm saying, so
I go to church to fellowship.
Listen. So do you want the answer to that?
Yes, I would like for you to answer it.
Okay, because you are a woman that need to be led by a man. That's why.
Well, they ain't men no more. I mean, I'm praying for them.
Sister, go get your dogs real quick. Call me back later. All right. Blessings. I mean, are we getting into the deep hour right now? Elder Lawyer, what you say? It seems like we about to digress into digression.
Yeah, I believe so. We just descending deeper and deeper. Every call we take.
We're going into some uncharted territory right now.
Yeah, the Twilight Zone.
Yeah, it's like, hold up. This is. I don't know where this is going, but hey, it's a deep zone here. So
yes, indeed.
So it might be our cue. You know what I mean? I'm like, Lord. I mean, I'm trying to work with it. Lord knows. Your camera went out, Lawyer?
You see me now?
Oh, no, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
All right.
I see you now. Yeah, you're fading in now. You was coming in for a second.
Okay.
Yeah, you good now.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, so it seems like we're going to be breaking down soon. Hebrew and Bible Academy. We got Elder Shaphat on the line. You still here, Shaphat? Shaphat had to go, huh? Yeah, it was kind of late.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think we're about to fade out because this is getting deep. Let me take Hebrew and Bible Academy June 1st, though. Let me announce that. Right? But some people are waiting in queue, so let me get the few out of queue and we'll conclude for this evening until Friday. I will be here for Patreon this Friday. Right? We'll take a few more. It's getting deep. This is like the series episode of the movie Sinners. All types of deep, dark, vampire type scenarios going down right now. They got people talking about Satanists. You know what I mean? Got another one talking about conscious community. I don't know how they do that. How they speak things into the universe.
Yeah, speaking it to the universe, huh?
You know, if you can speak things to in the universe, our people be in great shape right now. Right?
Tell me about it.
They'll look at that bank, that bank. They look at that Bank of America app and put a few zeros and speaks. That bank account ain't changing. I'll tell you that.
Right.
You ain't getting
right. The things that matter in life don't change when you speak things into the universe. It's always trivial.
Yeah.
Nonsense.
The dog barking, people knocking on the door. You get my rent yet? Hold up, I'm speaking it into the universe. Soon as I receive it. Lord have mercy. Our people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Let me see. All right. Okay, let me go through these. Maryland, can you refer me to the closest in Maryland? I have yours. Hold on. That dog barking. Is that landlord again? Hold on. 748. Okay, I have you, hold on. 301 area code, I have you. Somebody calling you, will call you for the church. In Maryland, I got that. I have you there. We have Brother Joseph. I'm bringing Joseph in now. Like, what can you speak into the universe? Anything we need, they don't usually get the stuff we need when they speak it into the universe. I'll tell you that. 609 area code.
How you doing there, Elder?
How you doing, Sir Joseph? Joseph Ben Yehudi.
Shalom and double honors to you and Elder Lawya. I just wanted to say, just my previous experience. I'm just watching the whole lesson going on. But I just want to say to you personally, I've been through a lot of things, from just a brief history real quick. Born Jehovah's Witness, 5% Nation of Islam, brother in prison, came to Ansar Sunni community, got saved in the Pentecostal church. My grandfather was a pastor of Glory Baptist Church, Aspen and Lancaster in Philadelphia. He also was a professor at Manna Bible College that taught angelology and demonology. But my father, this is something I'm saying in the last few years that came out when I came to the truth. My father brought the truth to my grandfather, who was a doctorate degree professor and out there in West Philly. Brought the knowledge to him and the truth to him. And it was funny because he was showing me, he was like going back to the One West days. He said, this guy taught me, he said, and he went on YouTube and he seen a picture of you. I'm 53. So he said, I ain't know who he got. This guy taught me. He gave my name Abadiah Israel. And he said, man, he taught me back in the One West days. So my sister actually is in the Philadelphia body in Fairless Hills under Bishop Lamar. So, but he brought me, understand, he taught my grandfather things. That was the first church I ever been to when I came from. Like I said, I got saved in the Pentecostal church.
Okay.
But I went to his church, the Glory Baptist Church. Like I said, that was the building is still there. I didn't take over the church, so it's still just sitting there. But I seen black pictures of parts of the truth was being taught to me as a new convert.
Hold up. I think I'm hearing something. Are you saying that there's a church there that no one is attending anymore and it's just sitting there?
Yes, sir.
And
Yep,
where is this in West Philadelphia? Is it in West Philadelphia?
It's on Aspen and Lancaster, or closest street would be 44th and Lancaster, but it's at Aspen and Lancaster.
Okay, because if he's not doing something with it, we need to talk, because we're gonna need to be within the city borders to finish this work in the Philadelphia area. So I'm gonna call you up and let's see if we can get that building off of you.
Okay, listen, my sister Robin, like I said, she's under Bishop Lamont at the Fearless Hills. If not, I'll try to go to you send me a link, and we can, reach contact and have information or whatever.
No, your name is Joseph?
Joseph. My government name is Horace Taylor Jr., but my Israelite name is Joseph Ben Yehuda. So
I'm calling you tomorrow.
Okay, much appreciated. But just to say, it's so many things, like I say, and I like how you tie things into, from a scenario, what's happening now within the earth, to biblical prophecies with things that are going on in the earth, to explain things. Because like I said, I did 2 years at Yale Bible College, so I understand things from a biblical perspective from that way back from, I got ordained in 1997.
Okay.
Ordained. But I understand that aspect of it, but how does it tie into reality? So, I really appreciate the information you give out. And I've dealt with different people, whether it's Sakari, whether it's been, what's the dude name? Vocab Malone. I've been on, but I'm just saying, I love the way how y'all bring things together, and the doctrine is true. I'm friends with Captain Cesariak. I'm friends with Bishop, with Deacon from Genesis, or Sakari guy. But I know some things that are different what they speak.
Yeah, there's a lot different, but I really like that young brother Tazariak. He has a warrior spirit with him.
Yeah, he does. And
I like it.
Even though and like I said, that's the One West ISPK thing. But
well, I taught. Listen,
no, I'm saying is my father's One West.
No, but what I'm saying, brother, I taught in One West. So
I know you taught my father. Listen.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Elder Rawchaa. My father showed me a video. He didn't know who you was. He found the old visa, man. I didn't know that was the guy that was teaching me when I was in Philly before he moved to North Carolina.
Yeah.
Because they went to the Passover like a year ago. He lives in Charlotte right now.
Okay.
Not Charlotte. Not Henderson. Raleigh Dorm. Him and my sister Robin. Well, I said my sister Robin is from the Fearless Hills congregation. They went down there. He was like, I didn't know who he was. He said, I seen the picture that got on YouTube looking at some lessons. He said, that's the guy that gave me my name. So, like I said, he came from a One West background. And he's like, man, so we just talk about different things, but
it's a small world. Well, let's do this, brother. I got your phone number. Let me call you up. We're going to discuss that building.
Okay, Shalom.
Okay, and see if they want to sell it, we'll work it, because our people in Philly are going to need this help. The enemy is coming to do what they need to do. We need to be within the borders of Philly, so we can get people in this work. Because some people can't afford to actually travel outside the city, the inner city areas. So I want to make sure Fearless Hills is a little distance from them, and I want to get there.
That's why I've never been there, like I said. But
I want to get to the poor of our people. I want to get to the poor of our people, and we can do that in the inner cities of Philly. So I'm going to call you about that.
Give me a call. All right.
My brother.
Most High bless y'all, man.
Thank you.
Shalom.
Shalom. Look at that. Small world, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, indeed. Yes, it is.
He says what? His grandfather was in UPK years ago, and I'm the one who was teaching and gave him his Hebrew name. And that's
that's crazy.
Small world, boy.
Yes, sir.
Small world, but all praises. All praises. I can't get through everyone here, but let's see here. Okay, 757 Deborah, Sister Deborah. Let me bring her in now. Hello? Yes, Deborah?
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry. I think you called in. We can't call in. You can only text and I'll respond back. So talk to me.
Well, everybody's doing a great job within the body. I have an issue getting to my body. I've been having an issue getting to my body for a long time, and that bothers me a lot. What's the issue?
Why can't you get to the body?
Right now, or whatever, I had some vehicular issues, and it's a little distance. And there were a couple of people from the body that tried to help me, but even at the meeting point, it was unsuccessful because I had to have someone to get me there. And this has been going on for a long time. I came into, with GOCC back in 2019, and I was baptized in 2019, and I just feel like that it's bothering me a lot because there are many things that I feel that I'm ready to do, and I'm not someone, I'm a little up in age, and everything is falling apart in the family. It's very complex. It's something that I don't want to put out there,
Well, where do you,
like that.
Okay, where do you live? City and state?
The city, from the Virginia body.
You in the VA body?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sister, I'm gonna have AC call you. We're gonna fix this issue so we can get somebody to make sure you get there weekly. I'm gonna follow up on it, okay?
Yes.
Okay.
I've been trying for a long time, and it's just that it's bothering me because
well, sister, you don't have to worry about it bothering you anymore. I'm gonna get on this with AC. I'm gonna text him your number today, and we'll get you there this Sabbath. All right?
The water.
Are you in the bar? I'm sorry that I'm sorry that you've been waiting so long, but we're gonna fix it immediately. All right?
Yes.
All right.
And I know our time is short and all, but I want to say this to the sisters out there. There's so much going on. I remember, many lessons, and I got a stack of lessons and taking notes. I've been only through 2 of your academies, and I finished up, and then when I was supposed to get, I guess, I shouldn't look at that as getting a certificate and everything because I've learned a lot.
Yeah.
But the thing of it is, where am I at right now? Where am I at right now with everything? At this time, especially with the sisters right now, this is to me, it's not only that it's uncomfortable, but it gets to be a little scary, y'all.
Well, I understand. What do you mean with the sisters right now? I understand what you're saying.
Well, what I see out here now with everything going on at present day, remember you had you taught a lesson about out of the Bible about the bad in the hair, the bad in the hair, and you talked about things of that sort, and when I look at sisters that are not, not to place judgment on anyone or to single out anyone, but when I see what's going on now with the sisters in present day, with the hair and the
sister, I don't want to get into the fray of that because our chips covered it, but really what we're seeing is a nation and women in particular without guidance.
We're seeing them without guidance, right?
That's what's going on. So
what is the sisters' aid? What is our job now, or whatever, for the elders, sisters, and all, or whatever, to do? It's like there's not where did we start at? I mean,
Well,
which way did we go with that? And I mean, you know, you get lashback.
Well, the elder sisters are appointed within the church.
Exactly.
To guide the people who are seeking the wisdom and guidance of the elders. So we can't change the world. We change everything from the church inside out. So that's a start. So when the people repent, now we can now work with changing them and giving them a new perspective according to the word of God. So once we get you in the church, right, we can use that wisdom and that life experience you have to help the younger women. And believe it or not, that will extend even throughout it would extend from the outside of that particular church to affect the community. And that's what our hopes are with the churches. All right?
So
in the bar, sister. Bless you. And I'm going to make sure I give him AC this number tonight. He'll call you tomorrow. All right? Shalom. All right, I'll take one more call. And I'll take some more calls Friday for Patreon. One moment. Okay, this is Dwayne. Dwayne has a few questions.
Hello.
Yes, Dwayne. I'll take one more call after this. 407 after this. Yes, Dwayne. You wanted us to call you?
Yes. How are you?
I'm blessed by the Almighty. What say you? The floor is yours.
Okay, absolutely. I just have a couple quick questions. I'm over here in Michigan, Saginaw, Michigan. It's north of Detroit, and I really would like a good body. Is there somewhere physical that you have that I can go to?
Absolutely. Elder Dell can reach out to you. We have Sabbaths every Friday night there.
Okay.
All right. And your name, let me give it for Dell. And your name is Dwayne, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Said you had a few questions. That's it?
Yeah, well, I had that one, and I was going to one here. There was a guy, I don't know if he's part, I think he used to train with, I don't know if, I can't say train, study with your group, what is his name? Elder Rawchaa, Awakening Ohio Select Church. Is he part of your group? Should I go there? I know it's right in town.
Elder who?
Rawchaa. Elder Rawchaa.
There's no Elder Rawchaa in this church. Over there.
Awakening Ohio Select Church. I think his name is Tay Peoples.
Oh no. Believe it, that's a bunch of hot mess. No.
Okay, so don't go there.
No. You come to the church. You come to the Gathering of Christ Church.
Oh, okay.
You got these people who are trying to seek some type of vanity and start operating separate from us, not realizing that it doesn't work that way.
Okay.
So no. And what they'll do is they'll put it out there as if they're with us, but they're not. Disingenuous. Okay?
Okay.
So the answer is no. Okay.
Yeah. All right. And just one more, like if I want to be baptized, what do I need to do to be baptized?
Oh, as soon as you go with Dell, as soon as you go there, you'll connect with Bishop Dell. And he'll lay it all out for you. Just get ready to get baptized.
Okay, sounds good.
Come through on the Sabbath, get baptized, and let's do it.
Sounds good. I appreciate your time.
You're welcome, and welcome to the body.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, shalom.
Bye.
You have a lot of people who figured, I'm going to tell you, and it seems all good from the beginning when people follow the church and then they get a white shirt and want to go out there and say they can do their own thing. Until they realize the real sacrifice that it takes to finish Christ's work. That's why you'll see them run for a minute as if they're doing something, and then it duds out. Because the intentions weren't genuine. Okay, you have to really understand what this work is. To pick up that plow and finish it until Christ returns, that's a burden. See, a lot of people, they think it's about being seen and want the glory of being recognized as scripture teachers. And if that's what it is, you're going to burn out quick. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Because the majority of the work happens when the cameras are off, when people's lives are impacted, when we have to be there for people, right? When people need healing, when people need what? Support to keep the church growing, to actually set up more so that others can come in. That's a grind that very few are willing to what? Very few are willing to actually sustain in the work to the very end. I'm going to tell you right now, folks, a lot of people out there, they think they want to be recognized as standing in front of the camera, and that's what they think it is, or for a few scriptures they learn. And what they burn out, they realize, nah, it's not that simple. And then they'll begin to, at the end of it, appreciate what they thought they shouldn't stay a part of. They'll start to appreciate it. They'll be like, well, hold up. I didn't know they had to deal with this. I didn't know they had to deal with that. Doesn't matter what issues, what people problems are going through. You have to counsel people through that so that they can become better than they were before they came. You must invest spiritually into people, grow them past the shortcomings. You have to be patient, long-suffering. So a lot of these people, they're out there because they know a few scriptures and think, okay, let me get a YouTube page. And that lets you know, that really lets you know they don't really value and understand what's before them. I'm going to tell you. It seems all good when people are doing it and the work is growing. It seems people are looking at it and say, you know what, I can do that, until they have to do it. So, 331 area code. He said, what's going on? Let me call him in. I need to do a lesson on that too. I'm going to do a lesson called True Laborers. What is a true laborer?
Right.
Hello.
Yeah, you called into the broadcast?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Who is this, Elder Rawchaa?
This is Elder Rawchaa. The reason why we didn't answer the phone is because you should text only, so to not jump over other people who are waiting in the queue.
Okay, cool. I had got that at the last moment. That's why I text after I called my phone, I
Okay.
apologize.
All right. I apologize. We didn't mean to hang up on you. Talk to us.
No, I was just wanting to call and make a comment real quick. Is that I love the work that you guys are doing when it comes with family, because it's so important. You always, preach on it. You and Elder Lawya. But you know what? It seems like with our females, not to come down on them, and I want to watch what I say, but it seems like they just have a very disdain for the men. Sometimes I'm noticing that. And the young lady you were talking to earlier, I love the way you handled her. You went through the scriptures with her. You were patient with her. And I'm seeing that, when it comes to the church, you guys, really have the patience to deal with the women. I think, going forward, that we as a nation, we need to do a lot of work with the family, starting with the female, so we can see exactly what his disdain is for the man. I'm not knowing if you guys, if you understand what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying, but the whole thing is, only thing we can do is time to get into the ark.
Okay.
It's too many. It's too broke to fix.
Mm-hmm.
It's too broke to fix. What we can do is teach, and those who wish to repent, open a lane so that they can actually come back to Christ. That's our position. Man, you have to realize how bad things are right now, and this is what, and I believe this is what this statue is actually representing. I showed it earlier. What is representing is the fall, the total destruction of our women. That's what it represents. And now they are immortalizing it. Because, I mean, you have to think about it. What does this represent? Liberty. And don't forget, right now, the Most High is going to bring a judgment. We're killing our children, abortions, at a clip of 1,000 babies per day.
Oh my God!
That's how many children are getting aborted every day, not just in general, strictly our people. Our women are aborting 1,000 children in the United States per day.
Yes, man, that is a big number. That's, you're talking 500,000 at least a year.
So,
give or take the number.
And why am I putting that out there? It's too far gone. A judgment must happen.
Yes, sir.
So we're speaking to the choir at this point.
Mm-hmm.
You can only be saved if you want to be saved.
Yes, sir.
Right? And what we must do is save ourselves at this point. The men have to get themselves together, follow the Almighty.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And raise their standards not to deal with anything less than what the Most High requires for a man to have. And that's where it starts.
But man, you just hit that right on the head, because I remember earlier in this truth, I used to always say, like, man, where are all the good women? But then the good women are saying the same thing. Where are all the good men? But like you just hit that point, you said, the man, we have to do better and do better for ourselves and not deal with anything less than that. And then therefore, I believe wholeheartedly that the Most High has something waiting for all of us on the other end of that. But it do
That's
start
it.
with us.
That's it.
Yeah, right.
That's it. What a man must require: submissive, purity, and chastity.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
And that's what it is. Wherever you can find it, even if it's not here, you have to raise your standards, because at this point they're saying, well, this is what it is and this is all you get. So it's time for men to say, well, you know what? This ain't what the Most High, this is not what the Most High, what I thought the Most High had for me, and be willing to not even have a woman if she doesn't fit those standards. And then guess what? Same thing for a woman.
Exactly.
A woman, especially a woman of the Most High, she should not settle for anything less than a man who can appreciate her humility and her submissiveness.
Because what I was going to say when the young lady was saying, she said, well, how can I be submissive to him if he's not worth submissive? So I was thinking, like, but who puts the bar on what's worth submissive? I think it's a choosing choice, like you said. You just said it, like, you got to be careful who you choose, because my grandmother always said, you make that bed, you got to lay in it.
There it is.
The problem
there it is. And I know a lot of people don't like to say it, but I say it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
When people talk about the person that they were with, what does it say about you when you chose him, or when you chose her? Don't try to complain as if you didn't know this is what this person was.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So the whole deal is the red flags are there from the beginning. Sometimes the people around you give you the red flags, and we tend to ignore them. And then to get out of it, the red flag is the excuse you're using now to get out of it.
And I noticed,
Right.
I noticed, Elder, that even with what we call them worldly, when they're not in the truth of the Most High, even with the worldly men, men seem to stick in there and not break up and want to work out with their families a little bit more than the women. I'm noticing it. The women will use any excuse to be, oh yeah, watch that up, that's over with. And I'm like, what?
Well, listen, but let me tell you, America have created a different breed of man. I need you to listen to this. It's not like this any other place in the world where you have to just settle for anything someone's going to present to you. Because you know what I think was wrong with the men in the United States? They don't have no experience in traveling and understanding the world. And they don't understand numbers.
I agree.
Like, understand numbers. The Bible stated that a man shall be like pure gold in those days. That means rare.
Right.
So when a woman says there is no good man, what she's saying, it's just a fulfillment of scripture. A good man is rare, just like gold. Gold isn't copper. Gold isn't aluminum. It's rare. What makes it so expensive is that what?
It's rare.
It's rare compared to the other metals. Well, let's look at the numbers, right? There's what, 300 million people in the United States. We are about 14 to 15% of the population out of that. White people are about 65 to 70% of the population, right?
Right.
So you have to look at the numbers. That means there's more women, even including other races, even though we don't deal with other races, than men. And that's if you put all the races in the pool together. Right?
Yep.
And then there's more black women than black men. So if you are rare, why are you running around thirsty?
That's right. That's right, Elder.
So if you're rare, meaning that what? There's more choices for men.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Because they're rare, especially a good man.
Yep.
So now you have to raise your expectations to not settle for anything less than what the Most High requires for you to have. Because what? There's more of them than it is of you. And men don't know their value.
Well,
and that's what I tell even my son. Like, listen, what you're feeling right now, that puppy love and all this other stuff, let me tell you, none of that ain't worth it. There's a woman somewhere that will appreciate who you are right now. So it's different in the United States. When you go into the other parts of the world, when you go into the Middle Eastern world, when you go into different parts of Africa, even though the West have influenced the whole world at this point, right? You go into different places and you start to realize we can't just talk about the women. There's something that's wrong with the men that allow the women to be this way, because the men are different here. We'll settle for anything.
Man, you're right. You're right about that. Or feel like you got to go down with the ship. Hey, I got kids. I don't want to be, a lot of our mothers, they kind of raised us, to be kind of scared. You do this, do the right thing. And then a lot of men that is so-called good, or look at this, deem themselves as, I go to work, I want the best for my family. They feel like, I got to keep trying. I can't do this. I got to keep going. I don't want to break up a happy family, but it takes two. So that's what, you have a lot of good men being beat down, used up and washed up. And then, he's no good for the next woman.
Well, it's like this. If a man is beat down and used up by a woman, see, you have to realize this. Their sympathy comes that sympathy more so swings towards, and it's unfortunate, the woman if she's beat down.
Exactly.
But there's no sympathy for a man. So if a man going to stay in an abusive scenario, being a man, then there's not much. There's no. put it this way. There's no social systems in place to support a man that's abused. There's no housing. There's no support group on the outside. There's no financing. There's no shelters. So at the end of the day, a man cannot complain. A man cannot have to understand, okay, they have to understand how to disengage.
I agree. And then with what they call it, I use the name MLK Ultra loosely, but as far as Tubi and Zeus Network and Tyler Perry and every commercial.
Oh yeah, another thing. The men you talking about, how they are forced to stay in circumstances that's really uncomfortable, that really to stay in emasculating situations, right?
Exactly.
It's like this. You know why?
No, why?
Because the majority of men where we grow up at, they go live up under a woman with her name on everything.
Yeah, I 100% agree.
So there's really no options for that man because the roles have reversed. She has the power. So men got to learn that they cannot live up under a woman where she already have produced a life in a house for herself, and now you're going to come up under that? No, she's the man. So men got to step up and say, well, you know what? Nah, I can't, nah. Because getting a house and doing all these things is the reward and goal that I set to be appreciated as a man from my family. So there was a reason for men to go get a house because they would have wife and children in it, right? So these were achievements. But now they've taken that achievement away, and now the man goes up under a woman without that achievement, and you wonder why he's lazy. You wonder why you're looking at him to do something. Well, hold up. You've already achieved what was set out for a man to achieve for a family.
Exactly.
So now that drive to get it from the mud isn't there with that man. So it got to be a role reversal where men are willing to say, you know what? I'd rather stay in the studio by myself until I can afford to have my name on something. Right?
Yeah.
And now a woman cannot use property over me to emasculate or take away my manhood. Because at the end of the day, it's in the back of my mind that at the end of the day, I have to leave because this place belongs to him. Even in biblical days, that was unheard of. How can a man be living up under a woman and she owned the provinces and he's living up under her? So at the end of the day, men have to change their minds with this. They have to stop moving in with women who already are established.
Right.
And that's, you know what that's going to do? That's going to force the women, because they're not going to be able to afford that stuff without the man's help. It's going to force the woman to go back to her original nature, to need a man to sustain, and that's when it will begin to flip. And he'll be like, well, listen, hey, I can't move in with you, but we can sell that and you can move into my place.
That's right. How it's supposed to be in the first place.
That's how it has to be.
And I think, I know you probably got another caller. I just want to end it off with this. I think two things. I think they say, you got to stand for something or you'll fall for anything. That's what comes to mind. And I think that standing with the Most High, Messiah, is standing for something so we won't, as a nation of men, fall for anything. And the mental health when it comes to a so-called good man. I use that loosely. The mental health, sometimes you may, have a man that goes, out of work, he has some fear of the Most High. He trying to do the right thing, but the mental health is still not there. Like you said, if you're not knowing what you're worth, the mental health is something mental going on there. You know what I mean? It's not just the woman dealing with mental health. it's actually the men too.
Well,
and I think that,
see, I think that mental health thing, they've been moving that into the ground, and it's really to a degree where there's no end to it. Mental health only means people are operating out of the orders of the Almighty, dysfunctional.
I agree.
That's all it is. All it is, when they say mental health, it's usually dysfunction.
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
It's opposing the normal establishment or the established life that people were meant to live.
Yes.
So in a nutshell, now there's a role reversal going on, right? What happens is, and this is what happens, you get a young boy who's used to living in his mother's house. He's not encouraged to do anything, right?
Yeah.
But then it's the daughter that's pushed out into college, understanding what the world is well before the young man, while the young man is encouraged to stay next to mama.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like that. It used to be the role reversal. The boy was sent off to college, basketball, or to the army. And the girl stayed in the home until she was given from her father and mother to a man. They totally flipped that in our community, where the boys are only used to being right up under the mother, because women don't even realize this. And a lot of men was doing this too, especially from Africa. When they came to the United States and the Caribbean, they were pushing their girls to go to school, but wasn't doing that same push equally for their sons.
Yep.
And you wonder why we have that reverse, right? We have that reverse now because the women have seen the world, right? And there's more, they see greater opportunity being put in that place as a young lady, and they see more than young men get to see at the same age. And at the end of the day, it's a dysfunctional community. And folks, I'm looking at this. This ain't just affecting black people. Okay. I'm going to tell you, they've done this to the whole America. Babylon the Great is fallen. It's the mother of harlots. At one time, there was a balance. There is no balance. It's one way now. So
and I actually agree exactly. I was hitting on that, but you took the words right out of my mouth. That when we speak and we hear this mental health thing, it's been over 80, 100 years, maybe 70 at the least, that they've been harping on this. And guess what? Ain't no fixing no mental health, especially here in America. It's only with the Most High. Only with the Most High. So
but again, I had a lesson on this a long time ago, speaking about demon possession. They use these mental health terms to hide the fact that people are possessed with demons. So they use these scientific terms so that we don't get to the root of things. In a nutshell, to make it simple, we are living against the will of God. That's the dysfunction. At one point, being gay, when it comes to the terms of the psychiatry in its DSM-5 book, being gay was considered a mental illness only a few decades ago. And the mental illness is what? Your mind is wired against the traditional sense of a man or a woman. So that happens with us. Well, you know why there's mental health issues? You got men operating in the spirit of what? A woman being more passive. They call it mental illness. That's dysfunction. You got women operating in a posture as a provider man. When she's a woman, she'll get diagnosed with mental illness. But really, it's dysfunction.
Or super masculinity, if she's out there working, if she's out there breaking her back, bringing in the groceries. And most times, like, a few of my neighbors, I noticed that the man be right there sitting on the couch. And I'm carrying the groceries in for this young lady and this, that, and the other. And I'm sitting there, and the man is sitting here. I'm thinking,
Yeah.
like,
Well, brother, I gotta go. I think I drove it home.
Yup, you did.
I'll talk to you soon, my brother.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. So at the end of the day, we have to stop using all of these medical terms they're putting out, because it's actually having the majority of the earth overlook what the true issues are. If you don't follow God's law, you can now be diagnosed in the world with a mental illness. That's all it is. Those who refuse to follow God's law. That's what it is. Okay? It's dysfunction. Right? It's dysfunction. So the whole thing is, you know, we coming back to the Almighty. And hey, that's what this church is for. I'm glad you all called in. And also, a lot of you brothers and sisters called in are inquiring how to get under the fold with the body. That means, you know what? The spirit is in you. It's in you, folks, to come together before the storm hits. I'm getting more calls, more emails, because guess what? Everyone can feel it. Something is coming. And it's time that we prepare while the ground is still dry. Just like Noah before the flood comes. Okay, we'll be doing a lot of baptism this year, a lot of teachings this year, as much as we can to bring people into this ark, folks, because what? Babylon is about to fall permanently. There is no healing Babylon. There is no fixing her. Our communities have been broken to the point of irrepair. And it's hard to accept it, knowing how our communities was growing up. And we can always reminisce and think about how, you know, how the neighborhoods were before the drugs were brought in, before they began to divide the families. But folks, that's a distant dream. It's over. And it's hard to accept, but that's the reality. Hence the reason why the politicians are fighting to keep immigrants. Look at the Newark mayor got arrested fighting for immigrants like they've never fought for us. Why? They know. They have damaged the black community to such a low level. They know if they don't bring in replacements, there'll be nothing left in the communities. So people wonder why they stomping for immigrants, because they've destroyed the people who was in the communities. And if they don't replace them with anyone, we have time release death in us right now with a lot of our people who chose to do what they told them to do. If they don't replace these people, there'll be no republic. There'll be no people to vote them in. That's why they stomping for them, because they've already sacrificed us. So it's time. Babylon is a sinking ship. Christ is the ark. We're the gathering of Christ Church. And you know what? We're on our way to Zion. Thank you, Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Have a great night, and I'll speak with you tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Shalom.
Shalom. That concludes our broadcast. May the Most High be with you. Stay prayed up. Sin not. And keep in mind, the Most High is calling back the children of Israel. We are the children of Israel. Yes, and we're back. Good night.
The Arabs and Africans told us together our wives and children then sold us in the belly of these these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. In Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. Is gathering Israel, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians. Is gathering in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be, Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominican.